Thank you, Kim. Welcome everyone back. We just returning back from a closed session. I would like to ask, let's see, Pat, you did it July 14th. Darlene, will you open our meeting up today, please? You're muted too, Darlene.
Who's that?
That is, we are, yes, so we have an interpreter here, someone that is signing for us. So if everybody can remember to, we have a sign language interpreter here, so if we can speak slowly and clearly.
Okay. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. We are now at approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I move approval of the agenda.
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Great, that passes. I just wanted to just double back and say that our public comments, the way that we are receiving them now is via email, and the board has received numerous comments on all of the very important issues and decisions that we have to make today. So we just want to let you know we are receiving your email. So thank you for taking the time to let us know what's important to you. We are now at the consent agenda. Dr. Contreras.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. The consent agenda includes several items. Those items are the personnel report and addendum to the personnel report, the alternative accountability model, the resolution requesting CARES Act funds, resolution for the local current expense fund. That concludes today's consent agenda for your consideration.
Move the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. Can everyone please, I'll call on you for your vote. Darlene? Pat?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Flip the page here. Winston?
Yes.
Diane?
Yes.
Anita?
Yes.
Byron?
No.
And Dina? Yes. So that passes by a vote of 8-1. All right, and that consent agenda was also, did you put in there that was included the addendum to the, okay, great, thank you. All right, now we're at reports. Yes.
I need to announce the.
Yes, I'm sorry. I turned to Lisa for that. Thank you, Dr. Contreras.
If I may announce new appointments. As the principal of Jamestown Elementary, Krista De Bonaventura. As the principal of Millis Road Elementary, Jennifer Cooper. Principal of Oakview Elementary, Deanna Daniel. And the principal of Simpkins Elementary, Edgar Zimmerman. Congratulations to all. Thank you.
We are now at reports from the chair. Good afternoon. Superintendent Dr. Sharon Contreras was featured last week in the Triad Business Journal as a winner of the C-Suite Award. These awards honor local CEOs and CFOs who have made impressive contributions to their organizations and to our region. We are proud of our superintendent and pleased to see her recognized as a dynamic, equity-minded, and forward-thinking leader. The Summer Arts Institute is going virtual. Guilford County Schools has partnered with local organizations to offer virtual and in-person camps in visual arts, jazz, guitar, piano, harp, poetry, and writing. Dates and cost will vary, and in-person sessions will follow strict health and safety protocols with limited enrollment. Visit the Fine Arts Department page on our district website to learn more about the options and register. Thank you to the English Learner team for completing more than 7,000 calls in 8 weeks to encourage census participation. Nearly 4,000 of those who received calls had completed or planned to complete the census, which is outstanding. As a county, we are at more than 64% participation, so please keep sharing the message of how vital this census will be to our federal funding for the next 10 years. Paul Travers, principal of Washington Montessori, has been named as a member of the latest cohort of Opportunity Culture Fellows. He is one of 12 principals and multi-classroom leaders chosen based on his school's strong results using opportunity culture, which allows highly skilled teachers to have a greater impact on student learning. Fellows provide support to their cohort, take one another's ideas back to their schools, write columns about their experiences, or lead online workshops and speak locally and nationally about their opportunity culture roles. Congratulations to Haynes Inman Education Center and Herban Metz Education Center, which were among the top 3 nonprofit agencies for fundraising through the annual Human Race. This year's race took place virtually on June 20th and brought in more than $100,000. Our 2 schools, led by their respective PTA organizations, account for more than $11,000 of that total. This concludes my remarks. Dr. Contreras?
Thank you, and good evening again. On July 18, 2020, our nation lost a courageous civil rights leader, equity warrior, activist, and advocate for human rights and social justice, the Honorable Representative John Lewis. John Lewis, a lifelong freedom fighter, was most widely known early on the national stage for his nonviolent demonstration with fellow peaceful protesters in Selma, Alabama, where he crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge on March 7, 1965, where he was almost killed. Representative Lewis didn't let his past encounters of physical violence negate his purpose in life, for he spent his life fighting for social justice. Let's resolve to follow the example of the Honorable John Lewis, fighting for a more equitable society and always willing to get into good trouble. GCS leaders are preparing to begin the school year during a time of tremendous change, not only in how we educate students, but also in how we view and relate to each other. Guilford County Schools is pleased to partner with new leaders to meet this moment as principals and school support officers prepare to serve the largest number of students for the greatest amount of time while keeping students and staff healthy and safe. To that end, a 4-week virtual leadership academy was launched last week with all elementary, middle, and high school principals to develop a vision and plan for school communities in 2020 and beyond. To help parents stay informed and find information quickly, GCS has launched its Reopening Schools webpage. You can find a link to the page in the menu at the top of the website, which is located at www.gcsnc.com. There you will find news, videos, links, and presentations, and more information will be added as we get closer to the start of the school year on August 17th. There has been a great deal of interest in our 2 virtual schools, which will also open on August 17th. So far, more than 5,000 students have registered in the schools. Please note that the virtual schools are for students and families making a long-term commitment to online learning. This is different than the 5 weeks of remote learning to start the school year that the board will discuss later tonight. More than 250 high school students are taking advantage of our GCS summer AP boot camps. 15 camps offered over 5-week focus on building the academic and organizational skills necessary for advanced placement courses in math, English, science, history, and the social sciences. The camps are delivered through daily live instruction in Canvas with follow-up activities that students can use to practice the skills addressed each day. Students access lessons and resources that will assist them as they accept the challenge of the advanced placement courses this year. GCS will continue advanced placement and other programs and services for academically gifted students during the upcoming school year, whether through remote or face-to-face instruction. Additional plans are being developed to meet the needs of this critically important group. GCS serves more than 13,000 advanced learners. Congratulations to the 122 teachers who completed the first year of LETTERS training. LETTERS stands for Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling. And it is making a major impact on the teachers who are going through the training, which continues for another year. Alderman Elementary Curriculum Facilitator Lisa Smith said, "It's the only way to ensure a literate society and a better America." We are also very proud of the Navy JROTC unit at Southeast High, which was named by the Naval Service Training Command as the third most outstanding unit in the nation and the most outstanding unit in Area 6. Southeast High placed third out of 614 units of all sizes nationwide. The award is based on the unit's activities for the year, including academics, community service, school service, team competitions, and other activities. The cadets also received the Navy Distinguished Unit Award with academic honors for the 11th consecutive year. The district has chosen 6 finalists for GCS Teacher of the Year. They are Jonathan Ball from Northern High School, Amanda Browning, Weaver Academy, Erin Doyle, Florence Elementary, Ebony Jones, Oak Hill Elementary, Marvin Morgan, Eastern High, and Frida Walker, Johnson Street Global Studies. Congratulations to these fine educators. The winner will be named later this fall, along with our GCS Principal of the Year. And last, but certainly not least, I am proud to report that our Chief of Schools, Dr. Tony Watlington, was recently named to the board of the Public School Forum of North Carolina. The Public School Forum of North Carolina is a nonpartisan champion of better schools and a trusted source for research and analysis on vital educational issues affecting our state. Dr. Watlington joins Margaret Arbuckle, former leader of Guilford Education Alliance, as a board member. We'll now turn to our report on school reopening.
On the agenda, Dr. Contreras, you're going to facilitate the overview. Thank you. You and Whitney.
Dana?
Yes, ma'am.
It's constantly going in and out. It is impossible to manage what's being
We'll
said.
begin with an update.
Sharon, Dr. Contreras, they're having some trouble. There's a delay, and then there's some in and out. Hmm?
I think it's on Anita's end. Jason's going to call her.
Okay. Jason's coming out to call you, Anita, to see if there's something going on your end. And they're checking things out on this end too. But they,
Picture's freezing. The picture is freezing also.
okay. So hold on just a minute, because, okay.
Hello. Yes. Yeah, the
So we're going to go ahead and get started, and then see if we need to backtrack anything. We have tech support on the line with Anita to see if it's something going on that end. So Dr. Oakley?
On Tuesday, July 14, 2020, Governor Cooper announced schools will reopen in the fall at reduced in-classroom capacity. Originally, districts were to prepare 3 opening plans. Plan A was in-person instruction with minimal social distancing. Plan B was a blend of in-person and remote instruction with increased social distancing. And Plan C, remote instruction only. The state will move forward with Plan B, and districts have the option to choose Plan C. The state will provide at least 5 reusable masks for each student, staff member, and teachers. This evening, we're asking the Board of Education to vote on a reopening plan along with the 2020-2021 calendar that had to be revised to align with the reopening plan and the state's, the General Assembly's changes to the calendar. This evening, we're going to discuss the Guilford County COVID-19 health trends, my recommendation for a reentry date, planning considerations, remote learning and virtual academy updates, special programming for ACEs, pre-K, exceptional children, English learners, potential health indicators for school reopening decisions, and next steps. As of July 26, the test positivity rate in Guilford County has fallen between 7 and 10%. As you know, we'd like to see that, or public health officials would like to see that below 5%. We've also been told that Guilford County Public Health will begin testing 6,000 people weekly in late July. The total cases in Guilford County are above 4,862. And you can see from the graph that in blue, the number of daily cases. In yellow, you see the 7-day average. We also present for the community's consideration. This is from Guilford County. the COVID-19 data from North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. You see it by race, by age, by ethnicity, gender, and there is some missing demographic data. You can also see the data across the state. Based on that data, you can see the decisions that schools are making across the state of North Carolina. In the large box, you see that 41 school systems have decided to open under Plan C, option C, remote learning. In the middle box, you see their upcoming board meetings, and you see that only 2 districts have opened under modified Plan B. This evening, I am revising my recommendation and asking the board to reopen under the governor's Plan C for 9 weeks in lieu of 5 weeks, and opening schools pending review of public health data on October 20th. We are also continuing to review several scenarios when we return. The first is scenario 1, which is K-8 students in school full-time with 9th through 12th graders participating in education remotely. You may also recall scenario 2, which was 50% of K-12 students attending on A and B days, and the other half attending on Thursdays and Fridays. On Wednesdays, teachers would have planning and deep building cleaning. Since that time, we've added 2 additional scenarios based on the feedback and the hundreds of emails that we've received from the community. Scenario 3 would be K through 5 students in school full time. 50% of 6 through 12 students would attend on A weeks, Monday through Thursday, with teacher planning on Fridays, allowing the teacher to plan for the students who are attending and watching virtually, and allowing the teacher to respond to the students who are attending remotely. 50% of the 6th through 12th graders in that model would attend B week, Monday through Thursday, again with teacher planning on Fridays, allowing teachers to plan remote lessons and respond to students and attend to the students who are participating remotely. Scenario 4 is also new. It also has K through 5 students attending face-to-face Monday through Friday every week. In this scenario, 6th through 8th graders attend face-to-face Monday through Thursday for 4 hours per day. 9th through 12th graders would attend face-to-face Monday through Thursdays in late afternoons for 3 hours per day. And Fridays will be used for teacher planning. All of these models, when you think about following social distancing requirements, have been posing challenges. You can see the individual student in a classroom requires us to social distance at 3 feet on each side of the student, horizontally and vertically. You can also see the average GCS classroom. You go to the next slide, please. The average GCS classroom is only 624 square feet. part of the problem that we've been facing is that when you look at an average school, and here is a sample school in GCS, the projected enrollment is 1,067 students. You can see the students per COVID-19 capacity in a classroom on average is 17. That means the total COVID-19 capacity in that school is no longer 1,067 students, but only 820 students, even when we use non-traditional spaces. That means we're missing 15 classroom spaces, and we need to find a different building for those 15 classrooms so that we can accommodate 247 additional seats. We have to go through this exercise for every single school in the building. We're not the only district faced with this. Every district in America is going through this process. And we have to do this for each scenario. The barriers we are facing, and each of the 4 models we presented face potential barriers, and some face more than others, but our budget and funding allocations, how we support special student populations, transportation, operations and logistics, health and safety barriers, building infrastructure needs to accommodate the physical distancing, such as the one I just mentioned, the variance in current building occupancy across the district between schools, the number of devices and opportunities for broadband connectivity, the remote learning platforms and professional development for remote learning. I often hear people say, well, it's been 4 months. It takes a lot longer to prepare teachers for distance learning and to acquire these remote learning platforms. We are struggling with retaining staff and teachers, with supporting student, teacher, and staff mental health and well-being, with food and nutritional needs, and we'll talk about that when we get to the legislative advocacy. And then there's the issue of childcare needs, particularly if alternating days or weeks are used, if that particular model is used. Again, not every issue is, or every barrier is an issue with every model, but specific models pose or specific barriers for us. We have 164 task force members made up of parents, community agencies, teachers, bus drivers, child nutrition staff, teacher assistants, and principals. The vast majority of these task force members are staff, not central office members. The task force provides feedback on recommendations from subcommittees that have been working for weeks on the various issues that I've just raised and on trying to find solutions to these barriers. They've also been working to ensure similar frame of reference for all groups and to build support for district subcommittee final recommendations. The Operations and School Readiness Subcommittee has been working on the public health protocols, on the scenario plan for facilities, transportation and materials, and have been modeling the various transportation plans. Academic and Student Services has been working on scenarios for curriculum, instruction, and non-academic student support models. Human Resources and Employee Health and Wellness has been doing scenario planning for staffing and training and trying to make sure we have enough staffing for each model. So far, for each model, that I've presented, there is not enough staffing and not enough square footage. And we're trying to develop employee supports. The Communication and Community Relations Subcommittee is developing a plan for community partnerships to address some of the barriers and developing a structure for communications. So during the first 9 weeks, we propose remote learning at home, as well as the virtual schools for K-5 students and 6-8 students. And Dr. Oakley is going to walk us through what those remote learning experiences will entail.
Sure, good afternoon. When we look at the different options that are presented, we're gonna clarify the difference between remote learning and virtual academy learning. Regardless of the option, the recommendation to go for remote learning for the first 9 weeks are outlined on these calendars. Initial dates would include teacher work days and school-based device distribution. The last 3 weeks in August would include content and introductions for remote learning activities, training on health and safety protocols for teachers and school staff. This model allows the opportunity for student orientation appointments with families to come in by appointment to school settings. During these appointments, students would ensure that they know how to log in for remote learning, would have that initial meet the teacher in an individual safe setting, and would have the opportunity for a diagnostic assessment to measure any learning loss that has occurred during school closure to help teachers plan appropriately for each individual student. When we look at the following slide at September, we see that live instruction, small group sessions, and individual check-ins with students would begin on Tuesday, September 8th, lasting through the month of September. As mentioned earlier, the recommendation here is that pending additional health guidance and executive orders from the governor, face-to-face instruction could resume on October the 20th. The virtual school calendar looks similar with the work days occurring the week of August the 10th, and then live and pre-recorded content and introductions to e-learning would begin the week of August 17th. This calendar is for those students who have chosen to enroll in our virtual academies. That means they are transferring out of their home school. Again, the training for teachers and student orientation appointments would occur through the month of August. And as we look at September, live instruction, small group sessions, individual check-ins on those flexible learning paths would begin for students enrolled in virtual schools the day after Labor Day, September the 8th. The next slide takes a look at the day in the life of a student. This student is a 4th grader, general education student, who is participating in remote learning from her home school. This slide outlines the day in the life of what this remote learning might look like, with logging in to participate in a daily question of the day with her class around 8 a.m., attending her first session of live instruction at 8:20, taking a break at 9:20, moving into second sessions of small group learning from 9:30 to 11, another break at 11 o'clock as part of a health challenge, health and wellness, a lunch period from 11:15 to 11:45, an opportunity to attend a special or an encore class such as music or art from 11:45 to 12:30, another opportunity for physical activity at 12:30, completing daily assignments and submitting at 12:45, and then having an online check-in to get a pulse check on the day's learning. Were there any issues submitting assignments at 2 o'clock? This day in the life is an example of what remote learning could look like and takes about a 6-hour day with breaks for exercise and lunch and interaction with teachers and peers. It says my speaker's not working. Okay. We'll move forward into understanding differences. This slide outlines some key differences in response to some questions we've received between remote learning and virtual academies. In remote learning, students would be beginning at their home school, enrolled at their home school, and remote learning is how instruction will begin for these students at the beginning of the school year. Virtual academies are an option for students in K-5 or 6-8 who want to transfer from their home school and register in a full virtual academy with self-paced courses. Remote learning is available for all students grades K through 12 who reside in Guilford County under the Governor's Plan C. Remote learning includes classes taught by GCS teachers from the student's home school. When we look at our virtual academies, a separate virtual academy is not available for students in grades 9 through 12. However, our 9th through 12th graders can enroll in a full virtual course program through their home school. Within virtual academies, these classes will be taught by GCS teachers who work exclusively with the K-5 e-learning virtual academy and the 6-8 e-learning university prep. Students registered in virtual academies may only transfer back to their home schools at the end of the semester or at the end of the year break. This is to accommodate staffing needs at all schools. Sorry for the delay. We're working through some audio challenges. We're now going to look at the virtual high school course option to make sure that these are clear. The virtual high school courses are online courses that are often as part of a full high school course load. The full high school course load could include remote learning from the home school. Students remain enrolled at their home high school in this model. Courses taught virtually will be taught by teachers from the student's home school unless they choose to enroll in a virtual course that's not available at their home school. This could be an APEX course or a North Carolina virtual course that a student chooses to enroll in. The North Carolina virtual high school courses in GCS are available for all students in grades 9 through 12 through their home school. When we look at what instruction will look like during remote learning, it's important to understand that during the 9-week remote learning period, students will have access to their own assigned teachers. These will be the same assigned teachers that they meet during the student orientation sessions. The only exceptions to this would include any changes needed due to state class size requirements and/or scheduling changes. Parents and teachers should expect live instruction and access to recorded lessons as part of remote learning. During the remote learning period, student attendance will be monitored. We have increased the access of common instructional resources and materials. These are things that were not available in the spring, but are available for remote learning as we enter the 2021 academic year. Additional enhancements include Google Apps for Education. A familiar app is YouTube, something that students did not have access to in the spring that we will be able to include as part of our fall remote learning. Teachers will provide feedback on submitted assignments during remote learning, and students will receive grades on work that is submitted during this period. When we look at how to provide support during remote learning, students will receive services, including special education, academically and intellectually gifted, 504 plans, and support for our English learners. We know that this support looks differently in the remote environment than it does face-to-face, but we will provide services as adequately as we are able to do so remotely during this time. Our student orientation sessions will also serve as support during remote learning as an opportunity to practice. In addition to student orientation sessions, parent training sessions will be offered to support remote learning. These will be both virtual and face-to-face opportunities that include navigating Canvas, understanding Google Apps for Education, accessing digital resources and textbooks, knowing how to participate in live instruction, how to submit assignments, how to access recorded lessons, and understanding an entire remote day and what that looks like, and how to set up home learning spaces. When we look at additional differences and take into account questions that we've received, it's important to understand access to advanced placement and international baccalaureate courses. Our IB courses can be offered virtually to students who attend an IB school. AP courses are available and will be taught by AP teachers from students' home high schools. Online AP courses are also available. Other questions have come up around physical education, electives, JROTC, visual and performing arts, and CTE labs. These courses also have remote courses and teachers set up for remote learning. For the first 9 weeks, these classes are available through teachers and digital resources, understanding that these are not an exact replica of face-to-face instruction. When school reopens for face-to-face opportunities, some high school students will need to complete practicum experiences in person. Another question that has come up is, why can't my student stay enrolled in remote learning at our home school all year? It's important to know here that our staffing does not allow for every school to offer a full remote and a face-to-face option. When we look at our current enrollment in our virtual academies, our numbers are not that high when you look at the number of students who have enrolled per school. We can't simply flip teachers back and forth to follow students during the academic year. If we leave our homeschool, will my school lose funding? Virtual academies will receive the same weighted student formula funding that our regular schools do. That's approximately $50 a student that other schools receive, and that would follow the student to the virtual academy should they choose to leave their home school. It's also important to note that schools could have staffing changes depending on virtual academy registrations, but again, when we look school by school, our enrollment numbers are not high enough for that to have direct school implications for each school at this time. It's important to meet the needs of rising seniors, and this is something that we've been talking about, especially following the spring and school closure on March 13th for last school year. Meeting the needs of rising seniors will include support, including assisting students with applying to college and exploring career options, ensuring that transcripts are audited to make sure that our juniors and our seniors are on track to meet graduation requirements, using college and career guides, again, to monitor whether students are on track or off track, holding individual advisement sessions with counselors, and having ongoing communication on scholarship opportunities. Our current registration numbers for our e-learning virtual schools is posted here, including about 2,600 for K-5, 1,500 for 6-8, 1,400 enrolled in online virtual high school options, totaling about 5,600 enrollments. Registration has been extended through September 15th to ensure that families are aware of all of their options before making a decision for the 2021 academic year. Some differences to make sure that the public and board members are aware No registrations required for the remote learning period. This is the recommendation to begin school with remote learning for all students. If students or families want to register in the new virtual schools, they should do so by September 15th. High school students who want to participate in a full online learning experience should also register by September 15th for this virtual option. We're now going to take a look at different programming, beginning with early and middle colleges. As you know, early and middle colleges follow a different calendar than our traditional schools, and their outline for the first 3 weeks is listed here. August 3rd through 7th, teachers will engage in professional learning, and self-paced remote learning instructional activities will be available for students. Device distribution will occur. August 10th through the 14th, our early and middle college students will engage in individual student orientation sessions with teachers and virtual sessions with counselors. Beginning August 17th to the 21st, live instruction and regular daily coursework will begin. This is also the same week that our college courses begin. When we take a look at ACEs and after-school programming, ACEs will not be held during Governor's Plan C. It's important to know that compensation for ACEs employees is only available when the program is operating. We do plan to operate ACEs when schools reopen as long as there is sufficient enrollment to support the program when schools reopen. Fees will have to be adjusted to accommodate increased staffing required for social distancing. In order to operate after-school programming, we will need additional ACEs staff for social distancing and custodial staff to ensure that spaces follow the required cleaning requirements before ACEs begins and after ACEs ends before school resumes the following day. Guilford County Schools will encourage community agencies and child care providers to share alternate options with families. We'll move forward to pre-K. It's important to note that our pre-K program in the state of North Carolina is run by a separate entity than our K-12 program. The North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services provides oversight for pre-K. The DHHS is currently permitting remote learning for our youngest pre-K students through September 7th. Additional guidance is expected by the end of this week. Reentry for pre-K students will be based on public health guidance under licensed child care facilities, which again is a different set of requirements than those for K-12. Pre-K teachers during remote learning will have weekly check-ins with families to monitor student progress and provide feedback. When we look at programming for exceptional children, case managers will work with families to modify individualized education plans or IEPs as needed to ensure access during periods of remote learning. It's important to pause here and note that not every IEP needs to change as a result of remote learning. There's a perception out there that every single IEP has to be revisited to begin in remote learning, and that's not the case. However, some IEPs may need to be adjusted to ensure modifications are in place for students to access remote learning to the fullest extent possible. Want to just take a moment and thank Demuriel Parker, Lisa Harris, who have represented Parents Supporting Parents and have been a voice at the table on our task force. Also, Danya Ermentrout, who has been a parent representative for our public separate schools. All three of these voices, in addition to many other highly qualified exceptional children representatives, have been helping our task force think about safe reentry and remote learning that meets the needs of our exceptional children. EC teachers, exceptional children's teachers, will work with general education teachers to modify assignments, establish small group check-in and individual check-ins, and to monitor student successes during remote learning. Our public separate teachers will set up individual schedules with students and families that include live instruction, check-ins, and recorded learning opportunities each week. There are some therapies, including occupational therapy and physical therapy that are difficult to provide virtually. We will be able to hold individual appointment times as available and needed for students who may need to have these therapies provided face-to-face during remote instruction. Intakes for EC pre-K students will continue, but they will be following health protocols. Schools will work with families to provide manipulatives and printed copies of materials as appropriate during the remote learning period. When we look at supports for our English learners, our teachers of English learners will again work with general education teachers to modify assignments, establish times for individual and small group check-in schedules, and monitor student challenges and successes. Schools will work with families to provide manipulatives and printed copies of materials as appropriate. Individual check-ins will be scheduled during remote learning on a weekly basis. Translated materials will be available for parent support. A call center for support in our top 7 languages will occur during the remote learning period. And digital resources will be made available in families' first languages as appropriate.
It is my recommendation that during the next board meeting, that the board will consider adopting criteria to determine re-entry for opening and for closing schools. Some of the indicators the board may wish to consider include downward trajectory of documented cases over a 14-day period, thresholds including less than a 3 to 5% positivity rate based on percentage of screening and diagnostic test positive by date, with threshold with 7-day moving average, and other relevant indicators determined by local public health officials, positive tests, hospitalization trends, death trends. We also recommend that each board member and the community involve themselves with the following legislative concerns and advocacy needs. At the federal level, Congress needs to pass the HEROES Act with enough funding to help stabilize public school budgets nationwide and cover rising pandemic-related costs. It should not tie federal assistance to reopening of schools for in-person instruction. Also, without an additional waiver for school nutrition programs, meal distributions will end on August 31st. Not only will children be hungry, but school nutrition staff will not have work to perform. The U.S. Department of Education's private school equitable services interim final rule and guidance diverts additional CARES Act funding to private schools. This simply means that they are taking money from the most vulnerable students in public schools and giving that money to public schools. We ask you to please let our elected officials at the federal level know that this is unacceptable. At the state level, we need the State Board of Education to continue to approve pandemic leaves for teachers and other public school employees, because the current pandemic approved leaves for teachers and other public school employees have expired. However, we do believe this leave should only be available for public school employees who do not have work to do in the districts. We're also concerned about fluctuations in student enrollment because we know that fluctuations are possible throughout the pandemic. Districts and schools could experience cuts in staff allotments and other funding tied to student enrollment if hold harmless provisions aren't made. Districts and schools could face a surge in enrollment when schools reopen for in-person learning. So we ask that districts are held harmless. To summarize, the following is a timeline we are asking the board to adhere to. Tonight, we ask you to vote on the reopening plan. The recommendation is option C. On August 11th, we ask you to review public health COVID-19 indicators to determine re-entry criteria for opening and closing schools so that the entire community is clear. On September 8th, we ask you to hold a work session on re-entry and on the 4 options we mentioned and reviewed. And on September 24th, we ask you to review the public health COVID-19 indicators so that we can determine if it's safe to re-enter on October 20th. The recommendation for tonight is to reopen under Governor's Plan C for 9 weeks and to reopen in person pending review of public health data on October 20th. We'll take any questions and comments.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras. We have Byron's hand. I'm sorry, it's not Byron's hand raised. If you'll raise your hand, and okay, see Byron and then Diane Bellamy Smalls. Byron?
My first question is, what is the plan for students who share devices and or have to watch their siblings during these live classes? There's been a number of teachers and parents that have been emailing and outreaching that they have multiple children and sharing devices, particularly if an older sibling is responsible for childcare because the parents are forced back to work. Obviously, with unemployment benefits projected to being cut as well, it's going to be very hard for a lot of our parents. What if I did not see that plan mentioned there, or that question addressed specifically?
So we'll have to continue to work to try to acquire devices. We've asked for funding for devices. We've also asked to participate in a lease-to-own program that would have provided 85,000 devices to the district, 1 for every teacher, 1 for every teaching assistant, and 1 for every student, to which we were denied. This is a problem in every district in the United States. So I cannot resolve this district because we're not a funding body. This has to be resolved at the local, state, and federal levels.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras. What entity denied the request?
The Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, and when was that request submitted to the county commissioners?
I don't recall the date, but the board chair was with me.
Okay. My next question has to do with Canvas. I think it was brought up in the work session or a previous meeting about let me just ask this question. How many languages does Canvas show? For example, for students using Canvas that English is not their first language, are there options? Because board members don't have login access to play with Canvas. So what are they able to change to the various languages that we currently provide interpretation for, as well as also teach in GCS and provide support for?
Are you asking, is the instruction in a different language?
No, when the child is logging into Canvas, if they want to switch the instructions or the navigational directions, is there a feature to switch to a different language besides English? We haven't seen Canvas. So, but there was questions raised about children with English, it's not their primary language, being able to access and understand what is happening in Canvas.
We'll find out, and I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. And what is the number of laptops that we have been able to acquire and that could potentially be available for students to check out and share?
We've provided more than 16,000 devices. I believe we purchased another 15,000. I'm sorry. I see. If you hold on, Mrs. Henry is going to respond to the number that we purchased and the number we're about to purchase.
So yes, we have purchased about 13,000 devices, the iPads. We also are getting ready, pending the resolutions that the board passed today and are delivering to the county commissioners at their August 6th meeting. We have the potential to buy 30,500 more student devices and 5,000 staff devices.
So we currently on have we currently have on hand 15,000, or was that 15 in addition to the 16,000?
So that's 15,000 we've purchased since, or have been received in the district since March. We had 16,000 middle school devices that we started with when we initially closed schools.
Okay, so 15 additional to the 16, but the 16,000 computers were designated for middle school. So are we one-to-one in all of our middle schools?
We were when we first started the program in 2006, when we purchased all the devices in 2016. However, at that point, we did not have a replenishment schedule. So as devices broke or became unusable, we weren't able to replace those. So all of our middle schoolers did not have devices when we closed schools in March. Also, those devices, again, were purchased in 2016, so some of them have not lasted through the checkout process to be brought back in. So that number is going to be reduced.
Okay, and this will be my last question. I don't want to hog in because I'll circle back with more questions. I know there was mention about buses being placed strategically in various neighborhoods to offer Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi hotspots for children. What do we have a current? I know we were looking at trying to add and reach out for grants and funding. Do we have a total? Is there a total number known of buses equipped with Wi-Fi that will be strategically situated? And the second part of that question is, have we formally reached out to local businesses to ask for, support and donating technology? Because if our children aren't learning, then that deplenishes, the pool of talent for local businesses to employ and recruit. And so have we invited them to the table to be a support as well? And then I'll end with those two questions.
Yes, so we have been working through the Guilford Education Alliance with our business partners to acquire more technology. And we received $100,000 for the buses, and we've outfitted 125 buses to date.
Okay. And I'm getting reports live that Canvas does not offer different languages and there are not interpreters provided for Canvas. So if we could maybe research and speak to that before the end of the meeting, because that is concerning. We have a number of children that would need those interpretive services or be able to switch or use potentially a different platform. I don't know if that was raised during the task force about that functionality. Thank you.
Well, you don't use a different platform. We have students who need translation services and language services would receive that through our ELL department because they would be a student that is registered as an ELL student. So they would be receiving services, support services through that division.
So would that be an entirely separate class? Like I know before COVID, there were pullouts. They were pulled out of class for those services. So if they're, if they're needing more consistent interpretation, then would they, if part of the virtual, if they're going virtual, would they be in a class of other, language speaking peers in order to communicate and have a teacher and translator present? Or what does that look like? Because if they're identified coming in, then are we putting them in cohorts, or are we putting them with other students and then they get pulled out into like a breakout room to ask questions?
So we continue to provide them with support. The support is not translation. It's English language development, not translation services. So they'll continue to receive those services in accordance with the law while during the remote learning period.
But are they pulled out?
They are not in a bilingual program. So they wouldn't receive, we wouldn't have the Canvas in Spanish or Arabic for them. It's not a bilingual program. They're ELL students and for the most part, ESL programs.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I don't want to take up too much time. So if I'm a student that is learning English and I'm in Canvas, which the directions and the language is default English, and I'm sitting in a virtual class all day and I'm not exactly clear what exactly is being said, what's being taught, what's being asked, at what point do I receive help in understanding what I've just heard, because I haven't heard with understanding?
So you would receive services from your ELL teacher who would provide you with support, and you would also receive support from your general education teacher, who is still responsible for the students who are English language learners in the classroom. So in the same way, a student sits in a classroom, in the general education classroom during the day without a ESL teacher. The general education teacher is still responsible for that student because you're a general education student first.
Right. So then at what point, would I have an extended schedule? Because at what point during the day, virtually, would I meet with my ELL teacher? Because I was thinking that the EL teacher would kind of be the general teacher because they're bilingual and able to teach and answer questions and leave with that. But if we're doing a connection with a general teacher and an ELL teacher, then I'm going to be in virtual class longer than other students trying to catch up from what I've heard during the day. Because normally we pull those students out at various periods during the day to kind of go over what they've learned so far and communicate with the general teacher. Is that accurate?
Not exactly.
Okay.
But if you'd like some information on how English language development works and what our English language learning program is, we'd be glad to do that because there's much more involved. It's not a translation program. It's an English development program.
And I'll just add one thing to that the Canvas navigation, so the buttons when students log on or when parents see courses, Canvas does have the ability to post that in 34 different languages. And so when parents and students are navigating Canvas buttons or clicking on or browsing through the platform, there is the ability to accommodate 34 languages. Now, what teachers teach and teachers post is what teachers teach and teachers post. But
perhaps are coming from these households, and how do we at least communicate that if a child is from one of these households where maybe the child is not infected but they're being exposed, that we have some kind of communication with parents about how we would like for them to handle that. But the 25 to 40 and 50 to 64, between those two, that's probably where our parents of children age range. You want to say something, Dr. Contreras?
I'm unclear on if you're asking me a question or making a statement.
It's more of an observation that I'm wanting us to pay attention to as we're looking at the exposure possibilities of families. You know, I know that doesn't cover everybody, but just look at the data and what that might say as far as how do we handle that. So I guess Dr. Contreras is I'm sort of asking you a question as far as how would we want, and this might be too early to ask the question, and this might be a question for the work session. How would we handle children who are coming from homes where has been potential exposure?
So I can respond to how we handle issues of specific cases of the virus on campus. But if you're asking me a public health question, I'm not a public health official. None of us are. So I can't answer those questions, but I can tell you how we handle specific cases of the virus, what we're doing to prevent the spread of the virus on our school campuses.
But do you understand what I'm saying as far as us having something that communicates to our families, you know, either do's or don'ts, if they have a household that's been exposed? I mean, I'm just saying, is that in our purview?
A communication plan about COVID?
No. Okay, I'll ask you the question offline because I don't want to take up a lot of time with that one, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay, my next question has to do with page 31, which is the virtual schools. And I'm sure you have gotten, and maybe you've answered this and I didn't see it, where parents are asking if they choose the virtual school and they decide it's not what they like or want, do they have the option, particularly if their child was in a magnet school, do they have option of going back, or once they go to the virtual, then they lose their slot in the magnet schools?
So we've been very clear that you do not lose your spot. We hold all magnet seats for 1 year. However, you cannot go back and forth all year long. We are only making transitions or allowing transitions in and out of schools at the semester because of the impact it has on staffing and allocations.
Okay. All right, with slide number, I think this is 35, which is dealing with the middle colleges and their schedule. How will we work with those young people? Is it that they go ahead and start school on the 17th, and then they move along with the schedule that the colleges have?
So they'll be learning remotely except for their college classes. They must follow the college prescribed rules. So if the college is open and they're an 11th or 12th grader, for example, and they take college courses, they must attend the college courses. But the high school portion will be closed and will have remote learning as long as the district is on remote learning.
Okay. All right, I understand. On page 36, I think you are talking about ACEs. Is that okay? So I think we need some clarification on what happens to the ACEs staff at this point. If we're not having ACEs under Plan C, then I know that you used ACEs staff for the daycares that we had when school ended. But what happens to them now?
Yes, I'll ask Ms. Henry to explain this.
Certainly. So our ACES fund and our ACES program is funded using an enterprise fund. An enterprise fund means that the expenses are supported by the fees that are charged to users of the fund. So the expenses, including the salaries of staff there, are paid using the fees that are collected from parents for the after-school care. So if no revenues are being collected from parents, we wouldn't have the dollars to support the expenditures of paying staff while the program is not operating.
Okay, so what, in simple language, does that mean that all ACES staff as of today do not have jobs?
No, clearly when we said we wanted the program to start back up when school reopens under Plan B, we would need ACES staff if we have sufficient enrollment in the program to require that staff. But at this point, what we're saying is we cannot pay them for ACES work if they're not doing ACES work and we're not collecting fees starting August 17th.
Okay, so do we intend to have, I guess this is a Dr. Contreras question, do we intend to have HR work with these employees either to discuss displacement or if they be furloughed, or if, you know, we're wanting them to stay around until we might open where we might be able to have ACES. I'm not clear. What do we want to happen with these employees?
So yes, our HR will be working on communicating with those employees right after this meeting on options. HR will be providing them with information on what next steps are.
Okay, so as far as we know, these employees are potentially, or any classified employees that might wind up not having work to do, because I've heard you reference that, not you, but it was referenced that there may be other employees like the bus drivers. Okay, if they're not driving buses for the first 9 weeks, what are they doing? Or how do we help them? Or, you know, I'm very concerned that we need to make sure we take care of our employees, or at least give them direction if we cannot have them getting a paycheck between now and October the 20th.
Right. So again, there are several groups of staff that we're going to be reaching out to after this meeting that fall into that category. We're concerned with our school nutrition staff, as Dr. Contreras mentioned during the presentation, unless there are waivers in place after August 31st, we won't be able to serve meals while students are learning remotely. We know that the ACES staff, again, will not have, we won't have funds available for ACES staff until we reopen and the program has sufficient enrollment to start there. And then for bus drivers who would not be driving buses at that time. Now, bus drivers, because we do have funding for bus drivers, we don't rely on an enterprise fund for bus drivers. Those may be a little different. There may be some assignments available because we do have dollars for those in our budget. However, the two enterprise funds where, again, we charge fees to pay the expenses, that's our school nutrition fund and our after school care enrichment fund. That's where we would not have funds available to continue to pay staff if we're not open and aren't serving meals.
Okay, well, I hope that we will clearly, you know, indicate this to the staff as to what's going forward, particularly in enterprise fund locations, because with the federal government potentially going to cut the federal unemployment benefit by potentially $400 from where it is now, and depending on what the state is doing, it could be a drastic depletion of income for people who've either been furloughed or who have been unemployed.
So can it be clear to us?
Huh?
The question you're asking, I don't know, and I'm not trying to intervene, Ms. Diane, I'm not trying to intervene. It's just we're not getting a clear, ACES will not have a job. I mean, can we just be very direct in that? I mean, and just say either they will not have a job or we are going to fund them until we may reopen. Can we just say either we're going to lay them off, or they're going to have a job, or they're not going to have a job? I think that's what Bellamy Small and the rest of the board would like to know clearly, just that for that to be stated.
Okay, so I just want to be clear because the way that was just framed made it seem as though the board has a choice in this. You do not. And I would ask the legal counsel to assist. You may not use district funds to pay ACES employees under any circumstances. It's an enterprise fund.
Correct.
So what an enterprise fund means is that you can only, you totally operate within that fund. You don't borrow money from the local current expense fund or the general operating fund. All of the funds that you spend and take in come from that enterprise fund. And both child nutrition and ACES operate as separate enterprise funds. Child nutrition, however, has another source of income because of the federal lunch program, so that it's not solely paid for by users.
But Jill, let me just be clear.
Yeah.
Those dollars are only available if we're serving meals.
Correct. I'm
Okay.
just saying there's other sources of money besides payments. In the child, in the ACES program, there are sometimes grants that pay for childcare. But the money, the only money you can spend in an enterprise fund is the money that comes into the enterprise fund, and they're designed to break even. In other words, they're not profit centers for public schools. They are designed to spend and take in what it costs to operate the program. But you can't take money that you've been given for other designated reasons for public schools and move it to an enterprise.
Thank you. I'll wait because I have questions on that because that has not been my understanding how we've done the budget.
Yeah, we've got a few people on deck. So,
my concern, I haven't finished, Madam Chair.
okay.
Let me just shift my concern though, and that is for the 4,000 kids that we do serve in the ACES program and their families. I hope that our notification tonight is not going to be too late for them to find the limited childcare positions that might be available in the community. I know we can't do anything about it, but I just know that in my mind, even though Dr. Contreras, I understand that this is not a primary function of Guilford County Schools, but it is something that we obviously felt was a part of what we needed to do to help our communities and help them stay whole. So I'm concerned about what's going to happen to those families. Because if you recall, 2 years ago, the outcry even for us to increase the fee was a lot from our parents. So I just want the parents to know that, we're just not, that we care, but there's nothing else we can do, I assume, as far as, what we can do about childcare or helping them with childcare at this time. With that being said, I do have a couple more questions and I'll be through. The next one has to do with page 28, which was on the EC. And I guess my question with the EC learning is that how will we assist the most fragile of our families? Or can we? I realize they may have an IEP, but for some of these students, what they got in school, there is, I don't think, any way to provide it from a distance. Am I correct?
So yes, that's correct. There are different types of therapies, many of which are offered in our public separate schools, but also some that are provided within our regular school settings that are difficult to provide virtually. A whole separate subgroup of our task force that includes principals and teachers and parents of students that you're referring to are are talking about feasibility of things, including home visit, individual appointment times, and being able. Oh, my microphone's not working.
Okay, I'm sorry, but most of what you said, Dr. Okay, I couldn't hear you. So I'll ask the question offline. My next question just has to do with general notification. I think Dr. Contreras kind of spoke to this, but as a part of our plan, we do have a way of notifying parents once we get to, I'll save that question for the work session in September. And so my last question has to do with liability. Attorney Wilson, we haven't talked a lot about our liabilities, and I'm sure we got some, or potentials, as far as how we move forward. Will we be able to address things like if parents are saying that their children are not getting enough on time, in virtual remote learning, or how we connect with these families to provide these services? Is that too general a question?
Well, I can address it in a general way because I think that's all we can do without individual experiences. So needless to say, the entire country and the entire education community from pre-K for that matter, through college, is dealing with how to deliver services that were ordinarily delivered in person as a result of the pandemic. They are dealing with two things. So what we're really good at is education. That's our expertise. We're not experts in health management. So what we do in order to respond to the health crisis is to take the advice of health experts. And to the extent that we can take safety precautions and follow the advice of experts, and we do that in order to do what's reasonable, then we don't expose ourselves to liability. It is very, very difficult to find a source of any illness, as you know. As it relates to whether children are getting what they need educationally, we're going to do the best we can. We're going to look at every child individually. I think Dr. Oakley was explaining how every EC child is going to have some particularized needs that will be discussed about them. And it will be difficult at times to access some of the services that we'd like to deliver in person. That's a challenge for us and the country. And we're just going to do the best we can in this situation, being responsive to the health needs of our community, and do the best we can to educate people. It is not business as usual in any respect. And we aren't the health folks. We're the folks who are trying to deliver education, digesting the health folks' advice. And so we don't get to be the pickers of who gets to come and who doesn't get to come and how many people get to come and what they wear when they come, any of those things. What we do is we take information, we take reasonable steps to keep people safe, and we do our best.
Thank you very much.
Are you done, Diane?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right, then we have Anita, then Pat.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'm trying to turn it up. Are you able to hear me? I can hear y'all. Thanks to Byron. I'm listening to the board meeting on Facebook or whatever link he gave me. I can hear y'all. Thanks to Byron. I'm listening to the board meeting on Facebook. Whatever link he gave me. I can hear y'all. Thanks to Byron.
You have to turn one of the devices down because we just hear the feedback. So maybe mute what's on Facebook and.
I'm going to.
Okay.
Give me just a second.
Okay. Maybe mute what's on Facebook and.
I'm going to. I have. Okay. My first question is on 7. And I think somebody asked this question, but during the time I could not hear, I did not hear the answer. I think it was Diane who asked it. If this is used, what is our, and they're in school, what is our responsibility?
Can you say that again, Anita?
If a student is attending school and they are exposed, what is our responsibility as to the other people who are exposed?
So I can answer that because like we just talked about, we're not the health experts, we're the education experts. So we will have protocols that we develop based on the guidance we get from health professionals. But ultimately, notification of health risks are handled by the health department and not by the school system. The school system will use the protocols, the health department.
Just like meat break or something like that.
Well, you know, we've had other whooping cough. We've had other kinds of health crises where we're also guided by the health department. But this is going to be more common than whooping cough. We're going to deal with this realistically more than 1 or 2 times. So we'll have, it will depend who gets notified and what they get told, and you know, people's confidentiality will be preserved.
Exactly.
This is health information, so individual confidentiality will be preserved. It will depend on the length of exposure, the type of exposure. We'll use health protocols and health professionals to dictate who needs to be contacted. So, you know, this is really a health issue, and when you get into that sort of thing, not an education issue. So we'll follow the health protocols that we've been directed to follow and that we believe are in the best interest of our folks.
Okay, skip to page 10. We have a list of 41 districts who are opening with remote learning. How many weeks per district? 1 week, 2 weeks, 5 weeks, 7 weeks, 9 weeks? Do we have that information?
We do. We don't have it listed here for every district for many reasons. One of which is that many of the neighboring large districts have had to put out a plan and then come back with a different plan, depending on guidance. The right now, the range is anywhere from 4 weeks to 9 weeks to a full semester, with most of the options including the option to extend the remote learning period according to health guidance. So there's variance from 4 to 6 to 9 to even 15 to 16 weeks for those that chose the whole first term across the state.
But you said we have that information. I mean, you have that information.
I don't have it listed for every district. I've just been following the news of what our neighboring and other large districts across the state have been doing.
Can you send that, please, to us?
I can share the news stories that are available that I've been searching for large districts. I don't have a list compiled.
Okay. Let's see, go to page 16. Without the additional classrooms and additional that are needed. What assumptions were used in projecting this?
So we surveyed every classroom in every building to determine the usable square footage. I think you saw an example of that when we visited Sternberger Elementary School.
Correct.
So we measured every classroom, then we used the non-traditional spaces like gyms, cafeterias, media centers, limiting those to 40 students in those areas simply because they're not designed to have that level of noise in those areas. So using those counts in the non-traditional assembly spaces And then we calculated it using 36 square foot per student. If you go back to the slide before, you can see.
Right, I get that.
15 spaces to serve the 247 students that wouldn't have a seat if we have the 820 COVID-19 capacity in this building.
Okay, you have a projected enrollment, and I believe the needed seats is difference between the projected enrollment and COVID-19 capacity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your projection based on?
Our projections based on the work our facility and our planning department does as they project enrollment for all schools across the district. So they have a formula for that. I'm not sure what it is.
Did they take into the virtual school enrollments?
No, these are all projected enrollments without having being adjusted for virtual school. But we have looked at some of those schools where we have situations like this, and we did not have 247 students from any one school enrolling in the virtual academies.
I understand that, but we have 5,000 and some odd students who we do not show up at the door. At 5,590. That is only students who have enrolled in the virtual schools. So we have 5,590 seats somewhere. Is that correct?
Yes, if they remain enrolled in the virtual school, then they would not need seats in their home school.
Okay. We did a survey, and I think it's where I want to talk, or I think we did a survey. It came to us just about 10 minutes before the board meeting started, so I have not looked at it. But we also have talked about e-learning. And if we do not start, then everyone who's not virtual, we will assume will e-learn. If we start, will we still offer e-learning to those who do not feel comfortable attending in person? Will we have the virtual school, e-learning, and in-person learning if and when we start school? Will we have all three?
So no, the virtual academy school option is when students would register and commit to the virtual learning option. When school reopens, that will be the end of remote learning and the start of face-to-face instruction. So when we move out of Plan C, then if you're not enrolled in the virtual academy, then you would resume school when school reopens. There's not a remote learning option that lasts all year at every single school, and a virtual academy option and a face-to-face option. Does that answer your question?
It does, because a lot of people have expressed concerns who would have enrolled probably in the virtual school, but they want their own teachers. And they won't, when I say their own teachers, they want the teachers that are at the school they were previously enrolled at. And that has been a big concern with the virtual school. I'm assuming with e-learning, they will have the teachers at their own school. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. And so we simply do not have the staffing to accommodate a remote learning option at every home school. We can't switch teachers back and forth throughout the whole school year. The e-learning option would be for teachers who teach solely at the virtual academies, both K-5 and 6-8.
So if we do not start school and we do online learning, and my student attends Smith High School, who will teach their classes?
The Smith High School teachers.
That's what I just asked, and you said no.
So your question to me, I thought, was, will we have remote learning all year? Will we have?
That was the first question, and you answered that. The second question was, when we have remote learning, that it's not the virtual school, who will teach the classes?
The regular school, the Smith High School teachers will teach the Smith High School students during remote learning.
Okay. Is that me with the feedback? On page 35, the early and middle colleges, you said that they would, I think you said to Diane, this is a follow-up to her question, that they will follow the college calendar. Is that correct?
What I referred to was that most college courses begin the week of August 17th, and that's reflected on that slide.
So when will the early and middle college students begin school?
Instructional activities will be available starting Monday, August 3rd. That's when they will also have the insured device distribution and have their individual orientation sessions with teachers and counselors through the 14th. The live instruction and addition to the college courses begin the week of August 17th.
Okay, the next item on our agenda, I know I'm jumping ahead of you right here, but it's the calendars, I believe, is the next thing we will look at. Unless it's changed in the last 2.5 hours, when you look at the calendars for the early and middle college programs, they have 9 weeks of learning. Explain what that means in light of what you just said.
Remote learning activities will begin on August the 3rd for our early and middle colleges. We can't expect teachers to be doing live instruction for full days and distributing devices and doing student orientation check-ins. So we've built out grade level remote learning activity modules for grade levels across content areas. Those will be available for students beginning August 3rd in accordance with the calendar.
Okay, you're not understanding. I'm not making myself clear, obviously. You're saying on page 35 that live instruction and coursework will begin August 17th. But the calendars in our next indicate that they will be remote. So which are they? Will they have live instruction for the 9 weeks, or will they be remote weeks?
You can have live instruction when you're learning remotely. So I think it could just be an interchanging of words, but teachers can provide live coursework remotely. So we could sign on for Math 2 at 11 a.m. and I could be teaching and you could be asking questions and I could be providing feedback. So live instruction doesn't necessarily mean face-to-face instruction. It can be real-time instruction with opportunities for questions and answers where we're all signed into a class at the same time.
Okay. On page 36, back, so there were according to Diane, I think there were 4,000 students served last year on average in ACES.
That's 3,600 is the number.
All right, 3,600, not 4,000. So is it fair to say that for 3,600 student families, that may be 1,000 families, I don't know, is it safe to say that the longer we delay the start of school, the longer these parents are going to have to scramble for childcare, and the longer our ACEs employees will be unemployed. And will the ACEs employees, because we will in effect temporarily eliminate their jobs, will they be eligible for employment compensation?
So let me make sure that I answer the questions that I think you've asked, because then you can tell me if I need to provide more clarity. So for under Governor's Plan C, we will not operate a child care program, but the child care program that we have operated has only been after school care. So I don't know that would help families during the Plan C remote learning plan. Once we come back under Plan B, the intent is to provide the ACEs program if sufficient enrollment is available. Now, knowing that the fees are going to be adjusted because there are going to be significant additional costs to provide the program with social distancing and the cleaning protocols that are going to have to be in place as we transition from a school day to an after-school care program. So there's going to be an increase in fees because of that. So, but that will be available to the 3,600 families and any other families that want to take advantage of that opportunity when we open back up under Plan B. So there will be no after-school care under Plan C, but it will be available when we open back up under Plan B. And again, HR will be working on communications to the ACEs staff. I don't think we can make a blanket statement saying that they would all be eligible for unemployment, because some of them were part-time staff with limited hours. So I don't know what they're eligible for. So I don't want to make a blanket statement about that, but HR will be working with these staff members on what they are eligible for.
Final question for now. In previous years, and I simply don't know the answer to this, I should, but I don't. Did ACEs operate on teacher work days?
On most teacher work days, I believe they had some all days for students who wanted to participate on those days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. We have Pat up next.
Thank you. I've got a few questions here. Some are relative, they're kind of in categories, I guess. So I'll just start with pages 13 and 14. We can move to that. Actually, it's 13. Well, there we go. Sorry. Yeah, and on these two slides, is this, so if we are looking at, just for example, scenario 4 on the next slide. And really all of these, assuming that whatever the students that are remote learning, I guess there'll be a combination of remote learning and face-to-face in the scenarios 1 and 2?
Yes, because we have to, I'm sorry, in scenario 1 and 2. So in scenario 1, the remote learning would be only for grades 9 through 12. In scenario 2, the remote learning would be 3 days out of the week for all students.
Okay. So the days they're not face-to-face, those are remote learning. And when we say remote learning, just for my clarification, that means that they're actually instructed by their teacher from the school?
Correct.
And so these scenarios are based on, and that kind of is more of a question when it's determined that we can go back. And that's, and try to give me a sense of what the criteria we're really looking for in terms, because there's CDC guidelines that have said, you know, and even the governor and his health director a few weeks ago said that children are at lower risk and those things. What sort of data that are we looking to make that, to drive that decision?
So I shared with you the various data points that school districts are looking at. It's on one of the slides. And you can certainly use whatever the board chooses. But some of them were prevalence, test positivity rates, hospitalizations, death rates, combination of all of those. You can use one, some, all of those.
Okay, and that really got the heart of my question is there's a lot of different metrics. So it sounds like we're saying a combination of all those would be factored in. Is that fair to say? Is that right? Do I understand?
I don't think we could hear the last part of your
Would
question.
you some or all of it to make the decision?
We listed various indicators and metrics for the board's consideration. It's totally up to the board what you choose to use. I think it's unfair that school boards and superintendent would have to make this decision because we're not public health officials. I think this should be coming from the Department of Health and Human Services and not school districts.
Yes, I agree. And is there, walk us through a little bit and briefly. I know just a couple weeks ago in our last meeting, we were discussing, and I think the recommendation was 5 weeks of online learning. And I think that was, to me, that was a pretty good compromise because some districts are, as we know, are 4 or 5 remote learning, I should say, remote learning to start the school year. And then others are 9 weeks. And so I felt like the 5 weeks made sense. What was the change? Can you tell us specifically maybe what really drove that decision to add the additional 4 weeks to start the school year remotely?
Absolutely. I think there are 2 major concerns. One, that the data is not going in the right direction in terms of the public health metrics and test positivity rates. So that's one factor. I think that we're at 9% test positivity rate in Guilford County. Secondly, we heard from a lot of parents and board members about high school students not attending school. So we continue to try to make this come up with different models to get as many students in school as possible. No matter what scenario we have attempted, none of them worked. And we have dozens of principals working on these. We are short hundreds of staff given the social distancing requirements. And that's not in every model, but in some of the models. In other models, it requires teachers to have to plan for students in front of them, students watching them at home remotely, and having to respond to both groups of students. In other models, it's just not enough in-person education for students, or the youngest children who are the most vulnerable aren't getting enough education. In other models, it doesn't provide for enough teaching with core teachers, or it requires the use of all of your elective teachers, which could push the elective teachers out. We are also struggling to get technology in the buildings, because if you have a English class, for example, half of your class is in one room, half is in the other room with another adult, but you still need technology to watch the class as the teacher goes between two rooms. So I don't know of any district this size that has resolved this issue, and we have to continue to work through these issues so that we can make sure in that not only can we provide for the health and safety of our students and staff, but that we can provide them with a good education. And it will not be what we had before the pandemic. I know we want our lives back, but it's simply that some of the emails I read and what we're asking for in terms of the school day, it is not going to be what we had before. One day we will get back to that, but it's not going to be in the near future.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I know there's just a whole lot of really poor options available. I guess my biggest question in all that is, what does the extra 4 weeks get us? What does that buy us? Because if we have the space issues, those aren't going to go away, and the teacher shortage or manpower issues aren't going to go away. And so, help maybe shed some light on what that extra 4 weeks does, in terms of benefit.
Well, it could go away in that there are negotiations right now at the federal level for the HEROES Act. And both parties include billions of dollars for public education. And that was not the case just a month ago. So there could be some improvement in the staffing for us. Additionally, it gives us time to procure the technology we need for the classrooms. There are backlogs all over the country in procuring technology in the classrooms, for the classrooms. It also gives us time to take care of the logistics in terms of the scheduling for transportation, for high schools, middle schools, elementary. This is very difficult to schedule. And we have, as everyone knows, some of the best in the country, principals working on this. And they have not been able to do so without additional resources. But we continue to do so. And we are also trying to accommodate the many, many requests we have from parents to take into account CTE, ROTC, to make sure high school students graduate with all of those classes that they had, to make sure we don't lose the programming, the arts programming we've had at Weaver and Penn Griffin. We have gone back to the table with principals to try to provide some of that programming to students. So it does give us some time to work through those issues.
Yeah, I think, I'm sure it's on everybody's mind, is just the impact of childcare and folks that may undoubtedly lose their jobs, having to go that long and be at home with little ones, as it's it's a long time. And, but if we're saying that another 4 weeks, it, is going to help us in a really appreciable way, and then it can get us back sooner, then that's important to note. And so back to your last answer, in terms of the CARES Act money and the staffing, talk a little bit about, the teacher pool that we have and substitutes. I think it might be helpful for myself and maybe others. Do we have a number of teachers that if we had the money in a pot sitting right here today, and let's say Washington gets their act together and they pass this and we've got a big stream of money coming in, do we have teachers out there? What do the numbers look like in terms of the staff? Because you indicated that was a very important piece to this, as it is more personnel. So how does that look? What is the teacher pipeline? Do we have a number that says we need 150 teachers and we could hire them tomorrow if we had the money?
Well, I think what we're looking at are scenarios where we would create like AmeriCorps programs or city year programs, and also increasing teacher salary, giving them some sort of percentage on top of their salary to teach additional periods, because we're not going to find 400, 600 additional teachers. There's already a teacher shortage.
Okay. So really, if we get CARES money, I know that's technology and other things, but in terms of staffing, it's really it sounds like what you're saying is paying teachers more to work longer hours, or
to teach during planning periods instead of planning periods. So right now, what we do in schools are pay teachers to teach planning periods, but we're thinking to pay significantly more to teach additional periods, and to also consider, as I said, models like City Year, AmeriCorps, and that's also, I won't say it's something that's typical, but it has been done before to support educated adults in buildings who are committed to public service, who can make certain that we have additional people in the building for school supervision, for supervision of students while teachers are teaching.
And then I'm starting to wrap up here for my colleagues out there that may be tired of hearing my voice. On the devices, I know that's obviously a critical component. I know Byron had asked several good questions regarding that, and others. Do we have an estimate, rough or precise, that says how many devices we need to I have the numbers that we have. Do we have a sense of what that number is, and in terms of dollar amount and just numbers of devices?
So to have a one-to-one initiative, you need the 85,000 devices. To have enough technology to support remote learning, we have an estimate, because there's just no way of knowing how many students do not have the technology. So we have an estimate based on the survey. And that estimate is that 20% of the homes don't have enough technology for all of the students. Another 17% don't have reliable, high-speed broadband connectivity.
And one question I forgot, I skipped over this one, and it was buried in here, and some of the staffing types of concerns that we have. Teachers that have, and maybe this is covered, so forgive me if I've missed this, but teachers that have young children, that what's the, in terms of childcare, how is that, we thought about that. I mean, in terms of trying to offer, because we are spending so much time, I mean, whether it's remote or not, I mean, what, is there a plan for that for our teachers, for our staff?
Can you tell me more about what you mean, offer child?
Well, for example, if, I guess it gets to the daycare. I think I heard that in some of the earlier questioning. For our what I call essential staff, the teachers in the classroom, and now that we've got potentially economic impacts and all that come with this, is there a child care option for the teachers?
I'm sorry, Mr. Toomey, I'm trying to understand what you mean. Are you asking, can the district offer childcare for teachers?
Well, I was thinking back when in the spring, when we had some childcare that was provided during that period of time. I guess I was thinking back to that period of time and how we handled that at that time.
Oh, I see. That was ACES. It was like an ACES, we use ACES staff. It was like an ACES sort of program.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. I'm sorry that I was stumbling around there.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting.
We can certainly look at that, but it could be cost prohibitive for some because of at that time, we didn't have the level of guidance we have now about the sanitation requirements and the social distancing. And we had a lot of resources were being provided to us to run those programs. So we certainly want to do everything we can so that teachers can teach and not worry about these issues and the issue of who's taking care of my child while I'm trying to provide remote education for the children in the community. But it will be very costly to do so. And we've been thinking a great deal about how can we take away some of the burdens of our teachers while also considering the burden our parents have. Many of our hourly workers, many of our parents who are hourly workers. So thank you for asking that, but we haven't resolved that issue.
Yeah, because I just envision this crush of daycare that they're just going to be overrun with so many parents. Well, yeah, I wonder about that. So thanks for addressing it. And this last one, I promise. On the virtual school, that deadline has been extended to September 15th. That's correct?
Absolutely, because our recommendation is to continue to complete the work on the scenarios we mentioned and have the board work session on September 8th. And we fully expect to also have more information at the state level and at the federal level on a potential additional federal funding by that time.
And if a parent decides to opt out of the virtual academy, they're only able to do that at the end of a semester, is that correct?
Yes, not because we're trying to be difficult and we don't want to be more flexible, but because we don't have the staff to just allow students to move in and out of traditional face-to-face school and the academy because it requires moving allocations. And we just don't have enough extra staff to be able to move students and not have to move staff as well. As you know, moving 1 or 2 students could change the allocation in a building.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Pat. We have Linda, Darlene, and Byron.
Okay, I want to go back to page, hold on. Got to get there first. I want to get to the virtual. That's what I'm looking for, and I'm trying to figure out where it's at. I think it's further down what I'm thinking. Virtual budget funding. I think, there we go. There we go. Okay. Well, actually, I'd like to get to 21. For me, no. It says remote learning calendar. I'm on the calendars. There. Okay. Okay, so on the 17th, all students, K through 12, will be watching pre-recorded content and other things, and won't necessarily be interacting. Will they be interacting with their teachers at that time remotely? Or will that be the time where they're coming in the building?
So during that time is the student orientation appointments. But what pre-recorded content can be is things that are aligned to standards that are like science and social studies, content-based, that are kind of pre-built, that students can navigate at their own pace. It does not mean that teachers won't be doing their kind of back to school social emotional check-ins, the getting to know you surveys that some teachers like to do to get learn more about student interest during the year. But we can't have students coming in for orientation appointments and expect teachers to be in professional learning and expect them to be doing live instruction for 6 hours a day. We have to stagger that so that teachers are able to get in the training that they need and meet face-to-face with students to set them up for a successful start. So we're building like high interest content that's grade level, grade span appropriate, that students can navigate through during that time, that is aligned to their grade level standards. But that's kind of the why behind where that lives that week.
Well, it's not that week, it's for 4 weeks is what I'm reading. Correct?
Right. Well, you can't get K-12 students in for a face-to-face appointment in 5 days with our class sizes and numbers at any grade span.
Yeah, and I'm trying to picture, I've got that, but I want to make sure I understand. The teachers will have pre-recorded, or there will be some kind of lesson that the children will watch on their own, and then maybe send an email with questions if they have anything. Is that how that's going to work?
It doesn't have, I mean, there's also an opportunity. We have a group of principals and teachers right now looking at like what back to school engagement looks like. Like here's an interactive scavenger hunt for how to navigate Canvas. Here's a question of the day that you can respond to. We're going to sign on at 3 for a getting to know you with our class activity. So there's not zero connection with teachers, but we can't expect 6 hours of live instructional content and expect all these other things from our teachers during the same window.
I did get that. It's just, I think parents need to be prepared for what that first 4 weeks looks like. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
It does.
All right. So if we don't make that clear that it's going to be not full instruction, we will have learning content available, but the first 4 weeks is kind of going to be a scaled back environment while our students are getting acclimated to the new situation that we're going into. Is that a good way to put it?
It is. It's just that, and they will still have interactions with their teachers. It just won't be for the full scope of the school day, so that we can make sure that these other important things are completed.
Right. So it's on September the 7th that we go truly live, full virtual learning with live instruction, small group. Now,
it's actually the 8th. The 7th is Labor Day.
Oh, sorry, the 8th. Thank you. So that's happening. Now, my question, and that we start there and we continue through September. And I guess if we're going to stay remote through, because that is set up for the 5-week scenario. And if we were going to stay with the 9 weeks, we would add October on this list, correct?
Yeah, live instruction, small group sessions, and individual check-ins is the norm of remote learning, and that will continue through the 9 weeks or 5 weeks based on where we land, the recommendation being 9 weeks.
And doing this live instruction, that is utilizing Canvas, or is the virtual academy going to be utilizing something else?
So the learning management system, or what you log into to get to your coursework, is Canvas for both the virtual academy and the remote learning. We have made some enhancements to that platform and made it more consistent based on lessons learned in the spring, done some streamlining of what those dashboards look like for different grade spans. Within the virtual academy, there's more flexible learning options where students would have access to recorded lessons at different times of the day, and less of a traditional model than that remote learning, you know, that day in the life, about the 6 hours that we looked at earlier in the presentation. We also have things that we didn't have in March, like YouTube, that teachers expressed and parents expressed the need to have access to a controlled YouTube environment for easy access to instructional videos, easy ways to submit assignments, and some more engaging opportunities that are available through the Google apps that we talked a little bit about.
Okay. Now, I still believe parents are very confused about how this virtual will work. So my understanding is that all children except, so when we talk about the 5,000 individuals that have signed up for the virtual academy, they will be working on the virtual academy starting on August 17th. Mm-hmm. Is that true? And everyone else will be using the standard Canvas with the Google apps on top of it.
So the virtual academy is also going to hold student orientation appointments for those first few weeks of school. So they'll be using a combination of live and pre-recorded content. Their student orientations may be virtual, just given the nature of the school itself. But their calendar's laid out there for you to see. So they'll still have some of that pre-populated content, because they also have to do that, meet the teacher, let's make sure you understand how to log on, make sure you understand how to submit your work during that same period of time. When we added the 5 days to the calendar, it took away the days we used to have to do that kind of work.
Correct. Okay. So I just want to make sure that, you know, the virtual academy and the traditional students that are using the traditional remote that they used at the end of the year understand a little bit about how that impacts them.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, it's real easy to switch the words remote and virtual. Remote is what the state said we could start under Plan C. Remote is the option that the governor laid out as a modified Plan B with some in person, some remote. Virtual is an option that Guilford County Schools is offering. So remote is something that came from the state guidance under the governor's announcements for Plan B and C. Virtual is an option that the district is providing for the K-5 and 6-8 academy. So thank you for asking for that clarification.
Okay. I heard that we had about 20% of our student population that will have device and access issues. Is that what I heard? Didn't I hear that?
Yes, that's information we've gotten from the survey.
Okay, and all right. So where are we currently? We're going to start remote learning, and if we got 73,000 students, we're looking at 14 to 15,000 children that are having access problems and device problems. Is my math pretty good?
So that's about 20% of the 73,000, yes.
Okay. When we opened for virtual learning on the August 17th, how well are we set up to provide those individuals devices and access?
So as the superintendent mentioned earlier, we have 125 smart buses that will be able to move out into the community to help provide access for students in certain areas where we'll be able to park those buses for extended periods of time. And then we are re-imaging and updating the devices that were distributed in the spring. And then we have collected back, and we're working on getting those back out. Our commitment is to get those back out to schools by the first week in August so that they can be distributed to students who need them. And then the students who received the devices that were donated through GEA still have those devices available. Those devices had a 1-year warranty, so they should still be in use by the students.
So on August 17th, what's the probability that students that need devices, this 20%, will have them?
I think we're going to be relying on the families to let us know if they don't have a device, that they need one, so that way we can get one to them. So I don't know that we can estimate what the probability is going to be on August 17th. We are dependent on families to let us know what their needs are as far as devices go, and the same for connectivity.
And how should they let GCS know that they have a need for a device? Is that through their homeschool?
It will be. That's how we did it in the spring, and we would expect to continue that same process.
And should they be doing that at this point so we have time to react to it?
I think we will be working with our principals to get those communications out to their school families. Again, we will, our intent is to have those devices available the first week in August. So we will probably have that communication coincide with when the devices are available.
Okay. All right. I'd like to go to page, and I'm scrolling back and forth through this to find the right page I want. The page that has the different plans, 1, 2, Mr. Tillman had gone to it at one time. That one, correct. On scenario 1, have we figured out how many children would be displaced to a different school by bringing in all children?
When you say all children, do you mean 9 through 12 as well, or do you just?
No, I'm talking about scenario 1.
Okay, just scenario 1.
8, where, I mean, I think parents need to be prepared. So do we have any idea on how many schools can fit all their children in their building, and how many schools will have to utilize other buildings to provide the necessary spacing?
So we have started on that work, and we've made a good deal of progress on that work. We do feel like there are a number, less than 10, of our elementary schools that could not do not have sufficient COVID-19 capacity to fit all their projected enrollment.
Okay. And those 10 schools would then be utilize either high schools, another elementary that is close by, or what would be the options for doing that?
I think that either one of those options that you mentioned, that's what we're still working on. But either one of those options could be considered. A neighboring middle school, a neighboring high school, or an elementary school that's close by that has sufficient capacity, COVID-19 capacity for their projected enrollment, as well as space for a grade level of students. We wouldn't want to move students outside other than just a full grade level.
Right, so it would be most likely the 4th or 5th grade that you would that's a logical thing to do, is to move the 4th and 5th grade, a 4th or a 5th grade, because you may not need to move both. You may need to move only one to a different location, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, because I think it's important for parents to realize that I still believe that our parents have a thought that school is going to be, very similar to what it was when they left. And, I think it's important to provide them, some information about where their child may be, how the environment's going to look, that their child may be utilizing, and we talked about this earlier, that the teacher may be in one room and she may have to split her time between two different classes, but she could flop days so that she was with, each actually in the classroom with each group at some time or every other day, and then have someone to help facilitate the other classroom. So I just think that's important to be aware of. Then I move on down to if you'll skip the slide down to the other scenarios. In scenario 2 and scenario 3, which 2 is with the split of the days and 3 is the full week flop kind of deal. Teachers will be teaching both in class and virtual, correct?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, so they'll do their week of, are they having to do it? I'm trying to get my head around this. So if they're teaching AB, then so they're actually teaching full time, but they're teaching in class and then virtual for the other 2 days. So they're having to keep up with 2 different forms of learning, which can be challenging. But I just want to bring that, I want to make sure I understand it.
Right.
Now, when I get to scenario 4, when we get down to the high school doing 3 hours, there's no way they can get enough learning time in there. They can get FaceTime, which is great. I'm not complaining. However, would they not still have to be full-time virtual?
In scenario 4, both middle and high school would have to do part of their education virtually. I just want to point out that this evening, the intent was not to discuss the scenarios.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's for September 8th, the work session.
So we don't have to pick a scenario this evening?
Yeah, because no, tonight you're just voting on remote C, the 9 weeks. The scenarios, we're going to make sure they work and that we have staffing and have principals run schedules on them so that we have detail for board members so that you can make a good decision.
Okay.
And we have enough time. If the board votes for the 9 weeks, you have enough time to prepare and to sit with staff prior to the September 8th board work session. As you know, Mrs. Wellborn, you sit on the task force, so you'll be intimately involved in understanding the development and understanding these scenarios. So I just don't want to go too deep in them because they're high level concepts.
I've got that. I just wanted to, 3 hours, and I'm not saying anything's wrong with getting 3 hours. However, with 3 hours with the 4 hours in the middle school, I think they can get their core classes done and do virtual. With 3 hours in the high school, I don't think they can get all their core, they can get maybe a couple of classes in there. But I think that time may be spent better utilizing in a different way. That would be my take on that, because 3 hours is very limited time, even though it's per day. Well, they could try to do 1 class a day or something. But I'm just concerned about that they would still be, I would consider that they would have to still do a significant amount of virtual, which I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just making the comment. So I will leave that alone.
All right, I just want to remind us, just yesterday, they would have had to do 6 classes virtually.
Oh, I know, and I'm saying, I'm not complaining. I just want, because, well, I'm going to go back to the virtual options, all right? Because right now, with the high schoolers, they're currently, if we did A, would be full-time virtual, correct?
Which scenario was that, Mrs. Wall?
Scenario A, or scenario 1.
It's full-time virtual, correct?
Right, so they are full-time virtual. Now, when you were talking about virtual, you said that if they wanted to stay virtual, the high schoolers or anybody, and it did say K through 12 as well, they would have to sign up for what it made it sound like is that they would have to sign up for the virtual academy, or what you were saying, because they're already virtual, unless we do one of these other options. So if we do one of these other options, at that point, is the virtual academy open for the high schoolers after the 5 weeks?
If we did one of the other scenarios, we hadn't discussed that, but that should be something that the planning team discusses.
Okay, because, what I'm hearing, which is what's making a lot of this confusing, is in one part of the presentation, it says the virtual academy is not available for high schoolers. But then you say later in another slide that after the, whether it's 5 weeks or 9 weeks, that the high schoolers also had to sign up to continue virtual. But for the most part, at least in, I would say, number 4 and number 1, there are already pretty much full-time virtual. So I guess I'm questioning, what are they signing up for?
So I think what is confusing is that the virtual academies have a school number, if I can use that to help make it more clear. High school students do need to sign up for to go all virtually, so we know how many virtual teachers we need, remote teachers we need, how many students will be enrolling in the virtual program at their high school, even though they will not unenroll at their high school. They'll still be a student at Page High School, Dudley High School, Northwest Guilford High School. But they still need to go online and say, I intend to attend school remotely this semester, this year, so that we know how many teachers we need to provide face-to-face instruction, and how many students and how many teachers we need at a given high school to provide remote instruction for our high school students. But the virtual academies are K-5 and 6-8. They have separate school numbers, and the students are enrolled in those academies as students at those schools.
Okay. Now, all right, those students that are enrolled in those academies, they are or are not guaranteed, if they decide in the middle of the year or the end of the year, whether they want to go back to their home school. Is there any guarantee that they would get back into their home school?
Yes, they have the right to transfer back to their home school at semester or at the end of the year. They have the right to transfer back to their magnet school at semester or at the end of the year.
And that doesn't, it's nothing, I mean, a lot of these schools are already overcrowded, but if they were in that school prior to going into the virtual to deal with their COVID level of risk, comfort, even if a school is 120 students, when they decide to go back, they will get in.
Yes. Now, there may be schools, for example, we have schools like Rankin Elementary, that not all of their students will be able to socially distance in one building. So some of the Rankin students will be at Rankin and some will be in another building. But wherever the Rankin students are, they will be a Rankin student wherever Rankin is located.
And that's simply based on the displacement of some students due to the COVID requirements of 6 feet and other restrictions, correct?
Right.
Okay.
So right now in the district, for example, the board does not say this school is overcrowded and you cannot attend your neighborhood school, as most districts do.
Okay.
So,
all right, I got one more question. I love the virtual.
Don't do that with virtual school.
Okay. All right. Virtual to me is like a magnet school. The VAs are like magnet schools because they're not necessarily going to go away. Or are they going to go away? That's a good question. Are they going to go away? Are the VAs totally going to go away once the we get back to full swing or get close to full swing of being able to have normal class?
I don't think that they should, because I think that there are parents who see this as a viable option.
Okay. I mean, it's just a question that hasn't been asked, and I think it's a good question to know whether, you know, the intent was these are utilized for this period of time, or the intent is that they will stay around long term. And because if they're staying around long term, then I look at them as magnets. Is that, and they would fall under the magnet rules kind of a little bit. Is that true?
I would say they shouldn't fall under magnet enrollment rules right now, but once the pandemic is under control, I think that that should be revisited.
Okay. Where there's a question about athletics. So, and the reason I asked about the magnet situation is because that's the way I'm associated with them. So if, you know, there's a will, if there are athletes that sign up for the virtual academy, will they still be allowed to participate in sports at their home school?
Yeah, so I think that once the schools are magnet schools, that they should be treated as magnet schools. But if a parent is saying right now, when this school is not a magnet school, but an option because they don't feel safe because of the pandemic, I guess I would be a little confused about why you would say, I want my child to participate in sports, but I'm not safe to go to school.
Well, I guess it would happen when, you know, we start allowing athletes to start participating in whatever the practices. I mean, I know we had a protest in front of Eugene Street about allowing athletes to, you know, start working out. Mm-hmm. So if I'm a parent that signed my child up for the virtual academy, would my child be allowed to participate in that that exercise?
Again, I would be confused about that.
Okay, I mean, I'm just getting clarification.
I would say no, because it's for students who feel like it's not, or parents.
Oh, okay, well, okay, I got your point. I get your point. All right, but you know, parents want clarification, so I'm trying to get clarification.
But I do believe that once the school is a magnet, that we should treat athletes who attend magnets, the virtual academies, the students would be treated just as we treat any other students at other magnets, where those students could participate in sports at their home schools.
Okay. Can we go back to page 16? I wrote it actually down. That's amazing. And of course, my thing is...
I just want to remind you, though, Mrs. Wellborn, that academies are K-8, so there's no sports.
Middle schools have sports.
Right, but not in the same way as high school. Okay. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. 16. Why did I want to go to 16? Oh. Nope, that's not the one I wanted. Anyway, I want to go back to our self-contained and our special needs schools like Haynes Inman, Gateway, and all those. What is there? Are they when do they go back, or when would they go back in person? I mean, some of them, are have behavioral issues, or some of them have autism. Some of them have different reasons, but they don't have health risks or anything of that nature. Mm-hmm. That they're physically healthy. When would they be allowed to go back to school?
So they would be returning at the same time as other students. However, if we go to that slide, what slide is that, Dr. Oakley? It states that we could start providing services earlier than October 20th.
Okay. So we wouldn't provide any services prior to October 20th?
We would provide services.
But they wouldn't be allowed to go back into the school?
We would not provide normal school hours.
Do we have a timeline when we would ever do that?
October 20th.
All right, so October 20th is, okay, that's the date. All right, there's another question, and I've heard two different ways. Will teachers be allowed in the building to do their work from their desk in the virtual learning?
Yes.
Okay. So it must be, the other thing, are we working to make sure that Canvas is set up so if you have a child in first, second, and third, when they get on there and they're looking for links or they're looking for other things, everything's in the same place that we're getting people to put the links in the same place. And in other words, it was very clear that teachers feel we all need to set up so that it doesn't confuse parents where to go look for things. Does that make any sense?
Yes. If you hold on, Dr. Oakley, we'll talk about the Canvas platform.
Sure. So as you recall, we had a quick transition in the spring, and teachers and families did the best they could in a short time period to adjust. Throughout the summer, we've been working with groups of teachers to make Canvas course shells more consistent, reducing the number of places where you have to click in order to find a certain day's or a certain week's content, building some Canvas content centrally so that it looks the same across courses. There could be some changes in terms of how many buttons a high schooler has available to click compared to a kindergartner. But definitely streamlining the content and setting some very clear criteria for how courses are built, because we heard clearly from parents that making things more consistent and easily accessible would be helpful. That's also why we've scheduled some parent training sessions that'll be pushed out in early August, in addition to those student orientation sessions where you can practice right there in the room with the support of an adult.
Super. And I have one more question. A lot of teachers are concerned, and I've seen several emails regarding their if they have to have the quarantine and the liability and other concerns about if I'm teaching and a child in my classroom gets COVID, what happens to me having to be quarantined, paid? I don't know. They've had a lot of concerns about this.
So there's when we talk about if a teacher gets sick or is exposed and has to be quarantined, there is they have access to their leave here. They also the federal family-friendly legislation that was passed very early, I think in March, that would provide some federal leave that they would be available for, and now that would be worked out through HR. So was there a second part to that question?
Well, I guess my question is if they are healthy, they're just being quarantined, why could they not maybe do some virtual, have a virtual option to keep teaching, but just do it from the virtual?
Certainly. So that's something I think our HR department is working with Attorney Jill Wilson on how we differentiate between if an employee needs to be out of the office but can work remotely versus some who may be exposed and have to quarantine who can't work remotely because of their job duties. So we've got to figure out just as a district legally how we can do that. And so we're working with like I said, Ms. Wilson to try to get those answers.
Okay, and then I want to clarify one more time because in the time that I was here, there was another email that popped into my mail. And again, teachers want to know that they can actually go in the building because maybe they want to get away from their children or they've got someone to watch their children, but they need to be out of the home. Can they actually go in and sit in front of their computers and hold classes and actually work from a classroom or a office or whatever? And they may need it for access as well.
Right. And so we have said that, yes, the teachers will be able to come into their classrooms. We recognize that teachers may not have sufficient technology available at home. A lot of teachers we found didn't have mics and cameras on the devices that they had available to them, and they would have that available in their classrooms. So certainly we would want teachers to be able to come into their classrooms to provide the virtual learning or the remote learning if that is would provide a better circumstance for the teacher.
Okay, and I'm done. So I'll let someone else have a chance.
Well, what we need to do is take a break. Matt and David, our American Sign Language interpreters, have been going at this for about 3.5 hours, and so have we. So can we take a 15-minute break and then come back and try to, I think we have Byron, Darlene, and Anita as our hopefully final speakers, and we can get back to our agenda and close things out. So let's come back at 6:15, if that's okay with everybody.
Yes, 6:15. Mm-hmm. Yes, that'll be fine.
Thank you. we back? We've got that slight delay. Yeah, just a minute, folks. Oh, excellent. All right, we're ready. Oh, okay, great. All right, well, we are back in session. We had next on the list Darlene, Byron, then Anita.
Okay, great. Thank you. Dr. Contreras, I know a lot of people aren't going to like this, but I'm glad that you're advocating for the 9 weeks instead of 5, because I think our situation in our state is not very good right now, and also that we've had hundreds and hundreds of people emailing us for the virtual option. That being said, I do think it's very important to get kids back in school as soon as possible and as soon as it's safe. We also have a lot of teachers who have underlying conditions, and quite frankly, even young teachers that I have talked to are very afraid to go back in the current circumstances. So I think it is a good and a wise decision to delay this, as well as I think it will give us more time to work out a better plan, which I am very hopeful will include high schoolers. And so with that also, I wanted to ask if anyone has thought about possibly using ACEs, the people who may be interested in doing this, to help care for, at the very least, our teachers, students, because so many of our teachers have young children, and I think it's going to be so difficult for them to teach when they have their own children there. So what I'm asking is, would we please look into that, unless Jill says we can't do it. I would like for us to look into the possibility of seeing for those ACEs people who would be interested in providing childcare for our teachers. And that way they would also be able to get paid. I know it might be a little bit challenging, but I think we need to do whatever we can to help our teachers in this really difficult time for them. They've got enough on their plates, and the stress of all of this is really almost too much for most people. And I can't even imagine being a teacher with young children and then having to teach and then worry about what you're going to do with your children. So I'm hopeful that maybe you can look into that and see if that's a possibility. I don't know if you want to say anything right now about it or not.
Yes, actually, we already spoke to the attorney about that. Certainly, I think teachers can participate in ACEs and have their children participate as a paid, as long as they pay. But the school district cannot pay for teachers' childcare.
I'm not asking for that. I realize they would have to pay for it. Mm-hmm. And so I just think we should explore that option. It could help teachers out, and it would also could help our ACEs employees who need the money, who want to work.
Absolutely.
So if that's a possibility, I would love for us to check into that. And so you already did say that the teachers can teach from their schools, which I think is a really good thing for them. And then, you know, if you check through about the ACEs, and also to see if can the teachers bring their children to the school while they're teaching? Is that a possibility?
Can teachers bring their children to school?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we've been talking about that a great deal, and I'm going to need to speak to legal counsel. My inclination is to say that makes sense to me, but I think there may be more to that that may raise some concerns about what if bus drivers say that, food service workers. So if you'd give us some time to work through the issues.
Sure. No, that's fine. That's fine. I know it takes
back we're going to work this through to support the teachers as much as possible, because again, we don't want any barriers to providing the 73,000 students we serve with a great education.
Mm-hmm. Right. And well, that's good. And that's great. And I appreciate you looking into that for them. When the teachers, like on the question of when the teachers decide that they will do the virtual academy, maybe because they can't go back in face-to-face learning because of their health issues, why is it that they have to give up their spot at their home school once the virtual academy is over? Like, for example, let's say if this pandemic gets cleared up by the following year and they want to go back to their regular school, why do they lose their spot for going to the virtual academy? Because it seems like that's kind of a punishment to me.
So we have to think through all of the issues, and I think we'll look at how we currently do this. But if a teacher transfers into virtual academy, that means someone else transfers into their position, which would mean if that teacher in the virtual academy decides, oh, I want to go back in 18 months, then we'd have to displace the teacher that transferred into the position, which stabilizes the school. So we want to be respectful of both teachers.
Okay.
And so we'll have to think through the best way to do this.
Okay.
You understand what I mean? Because we're not putting a substitute in. Someone else is transferring in, who's another teacher, an employee of the district, not a substitute.
Right. But, you know, this is a different situation too. I mean, this is hopefully once in a lifetime situation. And it seems to me there should be some maybe different, I don't know if it has to be a rule, but different consideration for this type of thing.
Yeah.
And I can't really say what it should be, but.
I agree we need to think differently. However, I'm certain you'll get complaints from the teachers who moved into the position if we tell them in a year or 18 months, now you have to go find a different job. So it's going to go both ways.
Okay. All right. And let's see, what was my other question? Oh, I've received a number of questions, and I'm going to kind of put them all together because in the interest of time. But people have had questions about how speech therapy will be handled, that will the AG program, BSN, and IEPs. Will these all be handled virtually during the remote period, or do you know?
So we did cover that in the presentation,
Okay.
but I'll ask Dr. Oakley to cover that again. Dr. Oakley?
Okay.
Sure. I'll just do a brief overview of
briefly,
it. I think you spoke to
some specific magnet programs in addition to some students who receive services or special population students. So some students do need to have individualized education plans revised or modified to meet needs for learning remotely. That's not true for every student who has an IEP. So those will occur and be revised on an as-needed basis. In terms of speech services, there are many speech services that actually can be delivered successfully remotely. There are some other services like occupational therapy and physical therapy where we will have to have by appointment times where families could come face to face as they're able to access those services. Again, it'll depend on exactly what's written in the plan and what student needs are. But we're doing some of that over the summer so that we'll be prepared to provide those therapies that cannot be provided remotely in a face-to-face way following health and safety protocols. In terms of gifted programming, our elementary students will have access to the AG teacher and will continue to participate in those enrichment units as they do when we're in school face-to-face, although that'll be in conjunction with their general education teachers when we're learning remotely. And for our very special needs programs and our gifted programs at both Lincoln and Brown Summit, those teachers will have access to their home teachers in those magnet programs, and the rigorous coursework that accompanies will be delivered remotely rather than face-to-face. And then, of course, when we return face-to-face, we'll resume those programs as they were in place before. I think there's some opportunity for teachers to be creative as we work through that, but they are certainly prepared to do that, and we've increased the digital resources that are available to both teachers and families to improve the remote learning experience in the fall. I hope that covers most of them. If there's any I missed, please feel free to point those
Okay, no, that was it. On the high school again, when you were mentioning a possible 2-day a week, I think for high schoolers, 3 hours, or maybe it's 4 days, but I think you have to maybe, for a big school, you have to divide that in half. So it seems to me with that amount of time, they'll only most likely be able to take English and math and maybe science and social studies. So for their elective classes, those I assume are going to be online or virtually, right?
That's a possibility. We don't have the full details of each scenario fleshed out. There could be a rotation where they were able to access those elective courses on one of the 4 days, but that'll be part of what we work through during those small group sessions as we lead up to the September 8th work session.
Okay, good. And then is it true that we have reduced the required number of hours for the block schedule down to 22, which is also, I think, what we require for traditional?
Yes, the state requirement for graduation has been 22 credits. GCS had a 28 credit before the superintendent waived that in the spring, and will continue with the 22 graduation credit policy through the 2021 academic year.
Okay, and so that was done this spring, right? This past spring.
That's right.
Okay, well, that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Byron, and then Anita.
Okay. I wanted to ask some clarifying questions from ACES from earlier. And again, to Board Member Bellamy Smalls, I apologize for interjecting. It just seemed kind of inconsistent that we've posted that potentially our cafeteria staff will not have employment after August 31st if we don't receive waivers, and we weren't direct the same with ACES employees. So that's why I was kind of, get to the point on that. But I apologize for eating into her time. I wanted to be clear on that. I know that the attorney spoke to ACES earlier, but I want to get to clarification. Is ACES set up to be a break-even enterprise, as the attorney Wilson suggested earlier?
Are you asking Jill or are you asking?
I'm asking you.
Staff.
Jill answered for me. Yes, I'm asking staff.
Right. So yes, we are have our enterprise funds are designed to not create profits. Now, in ACES, as you'll recall, when we had the conversation a couple of years ago about the fee, we stated that we set the fee so that we build some fund balance over a period of time, and then we spend that fund balance over a period of time so that we're not raising the fee every year. We try to do that less frequently so that the rates can be set and parents can plan for that over that period of time. But no, we are not, it is not designed to generate a profit, and we cannot generate a profit in the transfer of those dollars into the general fund. That's not legal.
Okay, so if you could help me understand, because I do remember that meeting, that was February 8th, 2018. And that particular meeting, I had difficulty understanding that if it was break even, we should be, at least my understanding, we should be at zero or fairly close to zero every year. Yet since the $46 increase in 2008, 2009, it was almost a decade that we did not raise the fee, but we increased the number of children and increased in staff. And we had a surplus. I mean, we're saying fund balance, but I mean, isn't that just how we're classifying it? But if you are charging, if break even means the program is generating enough to where you actually break even. You're not necessarily in the red, you're just break even, but we've generated extra that has been allocated to fund balance, but that is not considered profit. I just want to get a clarification on the difference between fund balance and profit, because both would mean in excess of what is needed to drive the program, as I understand it.
Certainly. So, I mean, when you're developing your budget, you make the best estimates you can to create and set the fees. And again, we try not to do that every year to change the fees. So we have done that, tried to historically do that, as you mentioned, so that the same fee can be in place over extended period of time. So what happened when we came to you, I think, as you mentioned, in 2018, is we had set the fee some years before, and that had created some, to use your word, a surplus. And then, we built that to a point, and then we had to start using that surplus as we continued with salary increases for staff, benefit rate increases for staff, the cost that, the additional cost of supplies and materials, all those cost increases. So we started using that surplus, and we got to the point where we felt like we were going to not have sufficient dollars in the next year's budget available to make the budget. And so that's why we came to you with the request to increase the fee at that time. So that's where we're probably in the second year of that same cycle of where we're at right now, following the fee increase that we put in place in 18-19.
Okay, and what is the current balance in that enterprise account? Do we have an estimate?
We have not completed the audit, and so I don't have an estimate right now. I will say that it did take a pretty drastic hit this past spring when we had to pay the staff that was using the state of emergency leave that was approved by the State Board of Education that expired in June of 2020. So that leave is no longer available for staff, but we had to be in compliance with State Board. We had to pay staff for that leave, and during that time, we were not collecting fees. So we have all of those dollars came out of the fund balance, so to speak. And so I don't anticipate us having a high fund balance at the end of June, but we don't have that final estimate yet.
Well, not the fund balance, because what can we be clear? Did we pay out a fund balance for ACES employees for the emergency leave, or was that paid out of the enterprise fund?
So I'm talking about the fund balance in the enterprise fund. So I'll use a different word just to be sure.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking like the general fund. Sorry,
we did not pay. Yeah, we had to use the ACES funds that are in the ACES fund to pay those leave days for that staff.
Okay. And so I'm leading up to that, and I'm moving to my next question is part of what's on the PowerPoint is that we would have to adjust fees, and looking at the fact that before we adjusted fees, we were able to expand the program and keep it running without increasing because we had surplus for almost a decade. And we, in the comparison that we did with what the YMCA and Boys and Girls Club were charging, even we kind of met in the middle. I think staff had requested recommended an $8 increase, and we settled around like $4 additional. So I think it brought it to $50. Then to look at the projection, since we have 10 years worth of data, even if with additional staff, because we've seen 10 years worth of data, adding more children, adding more staff, we were still dealing with surplus, that we consider that when, not to continue to raise that, because we're getting to where we're going to be in competition with other after school daycare centers. And the point of ACEs, because we have to look at the demographic that largely takes advantage of that, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is low, our low income parents, our parents that are at or below poverty level, or working parents who are above poverty level, but really, on paper, but still, if they have multiple children, it's more affordable than going to a traditional daycare. That we'd be mindful of how we're going to adjust that when at $46, we ran a surplus for 10 years. And so if we're going to go up again and we've increased an additional $4, what does that projection look like? Even with the added PPP and additional staff, will we need to raise the rate again? So that's just a thought to consider going down the line, because we're running surpluses for 10 years with the rate fixed. With what we're estimating, do we really need to raise it? Because that will be an additional hardship on parents.
So I just want to be clear. I don't know that we operated 10 years on a surplus. Again, we built a surplus, and then we started utilizing that surplus when we came back to ask for the next rate increase. So that, I don't think that indicates that we operated every year at a surplus for 10 years. I think we were able to build a surplus and then start using that as costs continue to increase, rather than increasing the cost of parents. When we talk about increasing the fees, if we come back, if we have sufficient enrollment to run the programs when we come back, I think you've got to think of ACEs would have to look very different. We would have to have the social distancing. Right now we have 20 students per group leader. We would probably have to cut that in half to be able to do the appropriate social distancing. Right now, a lot of ACEs programs operate in the assembly spaces where we have, where we will be using those for classroom space and instructional space. So we would have the program would have to be more spread out across the building. And then, in a school day, we have our custodians are usually able to cover the ACEs because there's not the continuous wipe down of frequently touched surfaces is not required. If we are going to have ACEs in the same place where we had other students, there will have to be a disinfectant process that takes place between the end of the school day and the time that the ACEs students enter into a space that had been previously occupied by other students. So I don't think the additional cost would be so insignificant. In fact, I think they'll be very significant, that would be required to operate the ACEs program in the same space where we're going to be having school earlier in the day. Because of the cleaning protocols that we would have to put in place, I think we would have to have additional custodial staff be available during the entirety of the ACEs program period time to be able to do the wipe downs and all the work that needs to be done to keep our students safe and staff safe in operating that kind of a program.
Okay, thank you for that. And my next question is still in line with ACEs, but you can also answer for teaching assistants. Is it, how feasible of an option is it based on state laws for certain employees of ACEs to transition as of course, position pending available as a TA or into our teachers program?
So as ACEs staff person could apply for any position that's available in the district.
Okay, so then, okay. And during this transition, the current TAs that we have will they still operate from a virtual basis? How will, will they be, assisting or inboxing while the general teacher is teaching to assist students who has questions, like kind of monitor like the group chat or whatever that Canvas has? I really wish we could demo Canvas. That would kind of help the board to make a note of, to kind of see what Canvas looks like, because we're getting a lot of questions about Canvas and we have never used it, just to get an idea, or maybe on a demo basis to see what exactly does Canvas look like, so we can better relate to constituents.
That would be an appropriate thing to do as the work session on reentry.
Okay, but we would have that link before?
No, that would be a good opportunity during a work session to model it for board members.
Oh, to model, okay, model it, okay.
Remember that tonight's intent of the presentation is to discuss the 9 weeks.
Yes, and to ask the board to vote on that.
Right.
All right. The next question goes back to the scenarios that you listed. I noticed that in scenario 2, that is the only one that offers a deep cleaning / planning day a week. Was that an error, or is that factual on the slide where it has the scenario 1, scenario 2?
We are not prepared to talk about the scenarios tonight. We'll talk about them on September 8th.
But they're in the PowerPoint. Okay.
Just to let you know what the scenarios are that we'll be discussing.
Okay, so let me ask the question then. Are there any other parts of the PowerPoint that staff is not prepared to answer tonight before I proceed with questions?
Byron, I think tonight, as we said on the agenda, that we are here voting on or being presented with the information about the options, about the 5 weeks or 9 weeks, and that the scenario, because we've talked at length about a lot of information in there.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, you're going out, and that still doesn't answer my question. That's a reiteration of what I just heard, with all due respect.
Okay.
I'm asking before I proceed with questions. I understand that this is a long meeting. I also understand that I received this presentation 15 minutes into the meeting, and so I am in real time reviewing and trying to develop questions. And so I would like the respect to for my questions to be answered. Now I'm being told that there are certain aspects of the PowerPoint that staff is not prepared to talk about tonight. I wasn't prepared to talk about any of it because I didn't have it.
You didn't have this presentation?
I did not have this presentation, no. Did you?
I got the board materials when the board gets the board materials. Remember,
Okay,
we
so
had this at the last meeting.
Yeah, that was
issue about
no,
that, but it was actually sent to you at the last meeting when you said you didn't have information. It was actually sent to you in the timely manner that the information was sent to everyone. So all we're saying, Byron,
there's more than one presentation, Madam Chair. We don't have to debate it, but there's been several attachments that have happened in Assembly. So that's not exactly accurate. I'll go ahead and move on since there seems to be no answer to my question, and I'll just.
Well, the answer to your question is staff will answer questions about the scenarios at the work session.
Okay, and my other question, I haven't had an answer for that.
And what was that?
That question was, are there any other parts of the PowerPoint that staff is not prepared to ask tonight that could save on my questions and my time?
If your question is limited to what we were presented with tonight, there's some information in here, but if it has to do with the scenarios, then that's what we will discuss at the work session. If it has to do with the 5 or the 9 weeks, then you can ask those questions.
Okay, whatever that means. Okay, thanks. I have a question as it relates to the governor's initial announcement to see if something has changed about the option for remote learning that does not require changing schools. Was there an update by Cooper's administration to change that, or is it still you choose the option for remote learning that does not require you to change schools?
I'm not aware that the governor directed anything related to individual schools. He just gave the option to do Plan B.
It was just part of the option?
It was Plan B, or you could be more restrictive if you chose.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. This has been touched on multiple times already. I think we were clear. I think Darlene just asked us about we're needing clarification on teachers and supposed to do with their school-age children, following up with legal on that. Will the number of teachers in the building be restricted along with general restrictions? For example, those that want to teach live, are there a certain number of teachers that be able to teach live in the classroom versus on virtual? Is that a first come, first serve basis? Sign up? Has any of that process been developed?
So the guidance on how many people can be in a space is specific to to meeting spaces, to rooms, not buildings.
Okay, that's 2 buildings. Will students who are in the virtual academy, you spoke on this earlier, Dr. Contreras, I wanted to get a clear clarification, that plan on returning after the semester will be able to try out for sports for the middle school?
Could you say that again?
Will students who choose to enroll in the virtual academy that plan on returning, at the end of the semester, be able to try out, or when we enroll back, whichever comes first, will they be able to try out and enroll and play sports for middle school?
That's one I don't think we discussed. I'll find out from the athletic director. There is on our website, there is a question and answer, an FAQ. So that's one of the places that we will put that information as well.
Okay. Will the can we discuss or clarify the orientation process? Will that be optional for teachers to either do orientation in person or virtual with students? And when does that timeline start?
We'll give direction to the teachers.
Okay, when will parents get directions?
As we develop them.
Okay, so at this time, we don't have a set process. I know that in Wake County, they're doing in-person orientation for students, and they're reaching out and discussing with medical professionals about how best to implement that. So it's still a very new process, admittedly. And is it known at this time about holding students accountable for, logging to the system? I know there's been stated that they're going to be held to, standards of logging and, and attendance and things like that. What is the, plan to hold them accountable for logging into the system?
Our plan is to hold them accountable for learning and to grade their work, provide feedback, and to grade their work.
Okay. I'm looking for more specific clarification. Can we go back to the slide with pre-K, please? For 200. That's like Jeffrey. Can we go back to that slide, please, for 200? Take pre-K for 200. But for example, here, the last bullet, that teachers will have weekly check-in with families to monitor student progress and provide feedback. Is that something that could be reasonably considered and implemented in the district as a way of parents, knowing particularly parents that are at work and children are at home, as a way of staying in communication and not finding out at the end of the quarter? And, there's, of course, nothing's perfect, particularly in a pandemic, about, parents kind of finding out that their children hadn't completed coursework when school ended back in March. They kind of found out, or alleged they found out later on in the course. So is that something that we could implement as a district successfully?
I don't know.
Okay. Is that something then that the task force, I'm not on the task force, is that something that can be considered by the task force or as part of a later recommendation that, or just advise with teachers to reach out and, communicate with parents on a weekly or maybe bi-weekly basis? I don't want to overwhelm teachers.
We always advise teachers to provide families with check-ins and to provide feedback so that parents know where the students are. But I don't know what their load will be like. It depends on the model that we select. So I think that we'll have to wait to see what their work lives will be like. And I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. I want to make sure that we can deliver on the basic instructional program first, and to make sure that we are communicating as much as possible. But I don't want to say the teachers aren't going to call every family weekly if that's not possible, especially at the high school level where teachers have 125 to 150 students each.
Exactly. I'm just looking at, I love the, what I guess the state is managing with the pre-K about that engagement and how important that is. So hopefully something will.
Has 18 students. A high school English teacher has 125 to 150 students. And they should be, nevertheless, they should be communicating with parents. What we have to come up with is what is reasonable so that parents have good information about where their students are. And parents should expect information, but is it reasonable to expect a teacher with 125 students to communicate as often or in the same way that a pre-K teacher could with 18 students is what we have to determine.
All right. And are there any designated consequences or thoughts about for parents who, are not able to, monitor or to follow up? That goes back into the accountability piece. That at some point there may, and this could be something still floating because I do understand that we're literally having to create processes out of thin air in order to ensure that we are implementing curriculum as best as we can. But if I'm a parent and I'm trusting, I see my child is logging on between 8 and 8:15 or 8:20, according to the Denise model. And when she's logging in when I leave, and so I'm thinking, she's doing what she needs to do. And, it comes find out that, Denise may have logged out or didn't log back in after her 15-minute walk as part of the GCS Healthy Challenge. And so, or she didn't know or had trouble and I didn't know, it goes back to that process, a way that either the system will alert the parent or, the principal or the teacher will there be a response if Denise doesn't log on for several days or, things like that?
If a student doesn't log on for several days?
Correct.
Well, parents have already shared with us from the spring remote learning that some of them cannot engage in the remote learning until the weekends. What's important is not so much the seat time or when they log in as are they getting the work done? Are they mastering the content? So we have to move away from seat time to a competency-based system. And we have to work with families around when they can support their children. And many of them told us they cannot do it during the week. And some of these children will be in childcare centers during the day and not doing school at that time. So it's not so much should we punish children for not logging in. It's how do we support them so that they are learning and doing well in their courses, that they progress in the courses and go on to the next level.
I agree. Has additional funding or will additional funding be allocated to Parent Academy to assist in engaging parents that may not be responsive to, text or email? We've, extended the registration period, and I saw, the initial numbers and things like that. I know we've, with previous requests, we haven't had the staff or the finances to do certain things. So is that something that's being considered, or how is Parent Academy being implemented to help engage parents, to reminders? I know emails and Connect Eds are going out. Is that all the engagement that's happening is Connect Eds? I know we were doing, you had stated at the last meeting, I believe it was door to door about completing the survey. I believe in the census as well. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, we did speak to it. We showed a slide on what we'd be doing, but in terms of funding, we haven't funded technology for students yet. Devices, connectivity, hotspots. We have a shortage of staff, so I can't say we're going to fund the parent education piece before we ensure that students have a free and appropriate education.
Okay. And regarding child nutrition, it was mentioned in the slide that if we don't receive the waivers by August 31st, our child nutrition workers will not have work to do. So how would we, is it even known at this point what we would do in order to provide meals and provide employment for children and staff after that point? So how can we best advocate for the waivers? Who should parents reach out to? Who should elected officials, community members reach out or email to request, the waivers be in place? I think it's on a federal level, correct?
That is their federal, their congressperson.
Okay, so we need to reach out to members of Congress and ask to push for the waiver.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I wanted to go back to, because it's just to get an idea of the ESL piece and how that works virtually. I know you had stated earlier that with ESL, the ESL teacher is partnered with the general teacher. What is the setup in middle school?
What?
For teaching.
For teaching what?
For ESL students in middle school. Is it still the general teacher and ESL, or is it just ESL?
Okay. Are you asking how we're going to support middle schoolers with remote learning? English language learner middle schoolers?
Well, I'm asking that, but part of it's asking what was the setup before COVID, and then how would we provide support now? So that's two questions.
That's Dr. Oakley. What is the current model we use?
Yeah, it's a blend of push and support for students, and so an inclusion model and pull out depending on the level of language acquisition and development. So it would look very similar to the way it does in school when we're in a remote session, where the student would have opportunities for inclusion with both the classroom teacher and English learner support and pull out support according to student need. English learner teachers are allotted based on the makeup of the school and the number of English learners and their level of need. So that's how the model would be developed remotely also.
Okay, so.
Byron, I'm sorry. We have some other, at least two other board members that would like to ask some questions. Can you wrap this up, please? Because I know you're getting a lot of questions. If you, that you can put in an email.
Now, actually, Madam Chair, I didn't even cut you off. I have these questions are written. I'm not getting live questions at this point.
However it is that you're getting them.
I have two more, and then I'll be more than happy to release.
If you could submit those to the district, okay?
No, I would like to ask
this
them
agenda.
now. I would like to ask them now because every other board member has had an opportunity to ask their questions, however long and lengthy, and I feel this is a disservice to silence my voice. So
this is not silencing you. You have had.
Well, then if you
earlier, there are other board
Chair,
members that have not spoken.
if you stop, I could go ahead and answer my question and be done. How about that?
Byron, I'm just asking you to be considerate of your other board members who have not been able to ask questions.
Dina, I have been considerate. Can I proceed?
If you're going to wrap this up. Because you can put those questions in an email. This agenda was sent out July 21st at 8:43 to all of the board members. And so what we're supposed to do,
and what was the power
credit for board
Madam Chair, I'm not
credit for board development.
I checked my materials and I know when I got this information, and it wasn't as much of a gap as you're stating. So I disagree with that, and we can discuss it.
Well, I'm just telling you it's online, and I'll be glad to
have a last question. That's Dina, you talking over me doesn't make you right. My last question is, what are SROs going to be doing for the 9 weeks if the board votes regarding virtual instruction?
Well, when we had in the spring, we asked them to please work with our students in transition and to monitor the shelters, the hotels and motels, and we'll work with them on areas of need and students who are at risk. So we can continue to work with the 3 police chiefs for support that the district need and that students need.
Thank you. I will be emailing additional questions, and it's my expectation that the entire board will be replied in terms of responses, so we're not being repetitive. Thank you.
Winston?
I had to unmute. I'd like to move that we accept the recommendation to start virtual for 9 weeks.
Second, and if I could, I'd like to add to, go ahead and do A and B, because there's no reason to have any more discussion about either. So if you'll accept that a friendly amendment, Ms. McGregor?
Yes.
You can get this done.
Yes.
Second. All right. Can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was just asking the staff to unshare the screen. All right, let's see. Byron?
Can somebody restate the motion, that friendly amendment? I'm not understanding 9 weeks and then.
I was going to ask for some clarification of what AMP is myself.
I mean, exactly.
What I'm referring to is if you look under, if you have your agenda, the action items that are listed as A and B. The recommendation for the 9 weeks and the calendar that we go on several meetings ago.
Oh.
So I'm just saying, I don't think we need to belabor this any longer. So I was asking Ms. McGregor if she would accept that we do both A and B at this time instead of doing them separately.
Thank you for that clarification, board.
Okay, I didn't know what A and B was. I understand.
Exactly.
No, on your agenda. All right, listed as A and B. I apologize.
Byron?
I'd actually like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
That is that we, like we talked about just a couple weeks ago, that we go 5 weeks online, and then we reassess and make decisions after 5 weeks. I just think we've been out of school. Well, first of all, we've got another month of a lot of work that's going to happen, a lot of information, plus the 5 weeks. That's actually 9 weeks there if we start from today in terms of planning and those types of things. So I don't know that another 4 weeks of online learning really is going to appreciably dramatically increase our decision making and help in that regard. I think kids have been out too long. I know this is it's not a criticism of the recommendation. I know you all have worked really hard to come up with, to make the best out of a very, very difficult situation. You know, Guilford County School Board and our staff in this community, we didn't start the pandemic, and we're faced with a lot of difficult decisions, but I just believe that that's my motion to instead of 9 weeks, that we go 5 weeks.
And is that 5 weeks with the item B, action item B, the approval of the student calendar revision?
Well, yeah, it'd have to be revised, right?
Okay. So is there a second to, all right, so that was Anita. Okay, Byron?
Clarification, is he asking to amend Winston's initial motion?
He just made a substitute motion.
Yes, it's a substitute motion, so you vote on the substitute motion. If that motion passes, you're done. If that motion fails, you go to the
original motion.
Thank you.
All right, Byron, you're first on my grid. How do you vote?
Come back to
Diane?
No.
Darlene,
No.
Pat,
Yes.
Winston,
No.
Kim,
No.
Linda,
Yes.
Anita,
Yes.
Byron,
No.
and Dina, no. So that fails by a vote of 6-3. Now we're back to the original motion, and I will go back through that again.
Move the previous.
Diane, the previous motion is the 9-week reentry option with the approval of the student calendar revision.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Diane votes yes. Darlene,
Yes.
Pat,
No.
Winston,
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
Linda,
No.
Anita,
No.
Byron,
Yes. I hope the information comes.
and Dina, yes. That passes by a vote of 6-3.
Madam
now-
Chair, Madam Chair, I have a motion. I move that we go ahead and decide which scenario we anticipate deciding on, and my motion is we decide on scenario 4.
That is not on the agenda
I don't
tonight.
care if it's on the agenda. My motion is legal and in order.
All right, so
You
scenario
don't get to decide if it gets voted on.
I didn't say that I did. I just said it's not on the agenda.
The agenda says approval of the 2021 school reentry option. That does not say the option of 5 weeks or 9 weeks. We have strung our parents along long enough. We need to go ahead and decide on how we plan on opening school, and we don't need to delay that until September. My motion is that we approve scenario 4. If it fails, it fails.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Byron,
Are we opening up for discussion? I'm still trying to review the scenario. I didn't come prepared, Madam Chair. If you would like to vote first, I'm still reviewing my material.
Diane? No. Darlene?
No.
Pat?
Yes.
Winston?
No. It's crazy. We don't have enough information to do this.
Kim?
Reckless.
Kim?
No.
Linda?
Yes.
Anita?
Yes.
And Byron?
I have a question before I vote. When are we scheduled? What is the current timeline to vote on the schedule?
September the 8th.
September.
Yeah.
No, that's a work session.
So we're not, okay, so we're not voting during the work session. We're reviewing, we're delving into what reentry looks like. I think Dr. Oakley spoke to that earlier. Well, Winston, you're entitled to your opinion.
Yes, I am.
So I will vote no for now because I don't have enough, I wasn't permitted to ask questions about any of the scenarios, so I can't support the motion.
Byron, you were called on more than any other board member tonight and had a bit of
Madam Chair,
to ask questions.
you can
So
say
that
you're,
fails by
and I
motion
wasn't asked on
6-3.
that. Now, Madam Chair, I'm not going to debate you. I could, but I'm
That
not
fails
going
by a
to.
motion of 6-3.
Madam
are
Chair,
now at
point of
closing
order.
comments.
Thank you. Call the
Byron.
vote. Thank you.
All
Call
right.
the vote. Call the vote. Call the vote and move on.
The vote failed by a vote. The motion failed by a vote of 6-3.
Thank you.
So we are now at board member comments. Diane.
Okay, I'll make this very brief. I just wanted to recognize three people, two who were very significant to our community who have passed away. The first being Dr. Katie Dorsett. She was a trailblazer. She led the way for many of us as African American women, and she did a lot to create opportunities for minority businesses. And I knew her personally, and I probably wouldn't be in this arena right now if it hadn't been for her advice. And then the second one is Mr. Marvin Graver. If you were around A&T, then you would have remembered him. He lived to be 99 years old. He didn't make it to his 100th birthday. Those in the Grace Lutheran community as well as the A&T community, I just wanted to recognize his passing. And then I think—
Good evening, Gary Joe Builder.
I think that Dr. Contreras did a wonderful job of speaking of John Lewis. It's okay for us to make good trouble, but we need to do it with a purpose and not just do it because we get to be on TV. So I'm very glad that he had an opportunity to be in the nation's light, not just ours. And I hope that we will follow his lead as far as being servant leaders as opposed to just doing what is politically expedient. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene.
I'm going to make mine really brief too. I agree with Diane that Katie Dorsett was an awesome person and a real trailblazer, and such a lady, and she always looked like she stepped out of a bandbox, and we're all going to miss her. And while we're talking about great people who have died recently, I also would say Elijah Cummings is another one who was an absolute great man and did so many things, brave man. And so anyway, that's it, except for board members. You know, everyone, we're in really hard times now. We're under a lot of stress, and I just hope we try to remember that we're all people who care, and we all get upset at times, myself included. And I just want everyone to know that I do care about all of you, and I know that you all want what's best for our kids. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Darlene. Pat?
Yeah, I just want to echo other board member comments here for those patriots that we lost these last few weeks. We can learn a lot from history and from people that in many ways pioneered the way for so many people. Yeah, I just want to, in some ways, dovetail off of Ms. Garrett's comments, and I don't take any of this personal. Never have. I'll try not to do that, and I hope that that my comments, whether they're questions or criticisms or suggestions, motions, aren't taken as such. And I believe we're all coming at it from a good place. And I shared why I made the motion, and I look forward to working with everybody. I know everybody's working really hard, and, putting in the work to make the best decision we can in light of our students. We're going to have to manage the risk and mitigate the risk. We cannot remove the risk. There's going to be risk and cost on either side, whether we start in 5 weeks or 3 weeks or 6 months. But I believe that the risk of children, the longer they're at home, as great of plans as we have in this district with our virtual learning and others, and the wonderful teachers we have and people working on behalf of our students, I just believe the risks are much greater for our kids not to be back on the fields and on the tracks and in the classrooms in a safe way. I'm not talking about people that are at risk with health underlying issues. That's a separate debate. But just look forward to working with everybody and learning as we go, as we move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Winston?
I just want to say to all the students out there who graduated last year and who are preparing to go to college and to work or to figure out what's happening in their lives, to students who are thinking about what next year will look like and still missing some of the things they were about to do last year, that despite some of the dysfunction that you see across our whole country that grown-ups are engaged in as we try to make really difficult decisions with not enough information, and when we're never going to get to a point where we feel smart enough or comfortable enough to make the decisions, that you still know that we believe in you. And we believe in your capacity to learn and to teach us and each other, and we believe in your future, and we believe you have what it takes. And that across the ages, young people have endured grown-ups messing things up. And you will endure this, and you will lead us in new and better ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Winston. Kim?
I want to say welcome to Deanna Daniel, to the Oakview family as the new principal, and to Kelly Castevins, the new assistant principal at Florence Elementary. Welcome to District 6. I am your board member, so welcome, welcome. And to everybody, the parents, I know that we have to dig real deep, and I know that we all have to come together and work a little bit harder, but I do believe that Guilford County is a resourceful place. I do have faith in that we have a community of people that love our schools, that love our children, and that the resources are going to come. And I'm looking forward to turning a bad situation into something better. I do think that we have the ability to turn these lemons into lemonade in Guilford County. We do it all the time. And I'm just grateful to be a part of this board. Shout out to our superintendent and the staff. I know that this is not easy, but we all are in this together, and we're going to do good things despite this difficult time for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Linda?
I appreciate all the effort that's been going through. I do appreciate the superintendent offering up new options, but we do need to be expedient as we can so that parents and students get some finality in what direction they will be dealing with down the road. I mean, I know September 8th doesn't sound like that long a time, but when you're a student sitting out there with not knowing what your future is, that's a long time to wait. When you are there's many parents that are struggling out there due to needing to get their kids in school, and October 20th is a long time. I understand the safety issues. I understand the challenges that everybody's dealing with. But if we can do anything to speed up the process of what we're going to do and give some finality to these families, it would be greatly appreciated. And
thank you.
Congratulations to ROTC at Southeast. There you go.
Thank you, Linda. Byron?
Another interesting week in Pearson's last board meeting with the number of COVID cases. I now have a few friends and family members that have been impacted, none of them fatal, and very few have had to be hospitalized. So this epidemic is very, very, very real. And one of the things that I will say that will help the board is to actually get a knowledge and understanding of proper rules of order. That will help ease some of the tension and the drama when we stop being willfully ignorant and get woke on how to actually run a board meeting. So I feel that that is an important part of conducting business. This is business. I take this very seriously. Our parents and staff members take this seriously. There were some unfortunate surprises today that people have found out about that, and it is frustrating to try to manage that and get the answers that's needed. I always say and always commend staff and Dr. Contreras on doing a superb job in the pandemic, because there is no amount of educational training that could really have prepared you for what we're experiencing now. As it relates to the materials, because I will say this, is that I received a phone call from staff that, the presentation wasn't going to be available until the meeting started. And I stand by that. I don't know too many board members that had full access to that. I know I spoke with Pat Tillman shaking his head. We spoke earlier. We were checking information. So let's be clear and not try to, hone down points. That goes to show that what board members are, looking at their materials. And I think, people who are watching, you get it. And hope everyone continues to stay safe and to social distance. I'm not on a task force. Some people have asked if I'm on a task force. I was not selected to be on a task force. And we're the two board members that are, I hope that we get updates about what those conversations are happening in the task force, about what's going on, because we need to be empowered. We want to be informed as much as possible every time we come to vote. And we shouldn't feel, ashamed or yapped at or any type of thing, because we're asking those questions. We've had board members go on endless tirades for less than actual factual questions that's needed. So you all have a wonderful evening, and I will continue my comments on my Facebook Live. Thank you.
Anita?
I will agree with Byron. I received the agenda days ago. I received the material supporting the agenda about 5 minutes before the meeting started, maybe 15, but not enough to even look at it. That is unfair. Also, if you didn't want us to consider the options, scenarios, you should put them in there. We've been out of school 20 weeks, or will be on Friday, out of school 20 weeks. And we're not ready. Do I think that we'll be ready 9 weeks from today? No. Do I think we'll be ready in October? No, I don't. I think it's unfair of us to string our parents along. They know that the first 9 weeks will now be virtual, but they don't know what after that. And I don't know how the staff can plan if we don't give them direction. But we have decided not to do that. It's just incredible to me that we have been out of school more than half a school year and we still aren't ready. I just find that absolutely incredible. As to the task force, I think that's a good way to circumvent the board. You have 2 members on there, and I've had no report I've talked to Linda a little bit about her subcommittee of a committee. But where are the board members on these committees? Where are the reports on what they're discussing on these committees? We don't have it. We have no idea how many kids are coming back to school, period. We have no idea how many kids have opted, because of our indecision, to go elsewhere and do something different. It's not fair to the public who elected us that we continue to delay a decision.
Thank you. I think that was everyone. So I would like to also lift up Mr. Graber and Katie Dorsett and John Lewis and Reverend C.T. Vivian. Had the honor of meeting Reverend Vivian as we brought him here as one of the honorees of the International Civil Rights Center and Museum. And, they have created a template and set a model for us to look back to as we think about the kind of courageous things that we need to do. And I think tonight was a very difficult decision to make. We have heard from so many people, and up until about 24 hours ago, I read just about every email that I got. And I think we listened to a lot of people. We couldn't do what everybody wanted to do because This is so unpredictable. There's so many unknowns. I'm also concerned about what was going on before this pandemic. We had students, thousands and thousands and thousands of students that were not getting the education that they were entitled to, that were not performing in ways that allowed them to have a solid future. And I hope that our concern about what we're facing now is proportionate to the problems that we had prior to this pandemic. I know that the district with their 150 member task force were not there to do analytics. They were there to bring all of their experiences and expertise from transportation to teaching, from parent advocacy, to help give input on things that, if you're in one field, in one department, you don't know what's happening in another one. And so I know that they have, their contributions are embedded in the reports that we have. Data is a very slippery, complex thing because we don't have standardized methodologies and approaches and protocols to even get that. So we're doing the best that we can with what we have. And I do hope that not just Guilford County schools, but Guilford County. Like I said, it's taken me 2 years to get data from Guilford County, child welfare data on disproportionality, 2 years. And so, these are complex systems and these are complex problems. And I want to thank the board for, wanting the best for all of our students and their families and our employees. And I want to thank the district for working nonstop, trying to constantly pivot and figure out how to address these constantly changing decisions and outcomes. So with that said, I know it's been a long meeting. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. One thing before we vote, Dr. Contreras.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I forgot to name the principal of Oak Ridge Elementary School, and I just want to announce Penny Lotion is the new principal at Oak Ridge, and thank you to all the Oak Ridge teachers who kept sending me messages during the meeting saying, please don't forget us. So congratulations to Penny Lotion. I'd also just like to say to everyone, I certainly understand and hope you do that of all of the American institutions in this country that have been impacted by this pandemic, none face more pressure than schools to reopen. But I am hopeful that this outrage about schools' inability to reopen is directed in the right place. This is a massive public health failure. This is not a failure of school boards, superintendents, principals, teachers, or staff. And I hope that we're all angry about the failure to control the pandemic in the first place, allowing the virus to run wild, and then all of the consequences that now school boards and superintendents are left to deal with. To my incredible staff, I just want to say thank you for all that you're doing. I'm sorry that anyone would ever, especially those that you work for, would ever intimate in any way that you're not doing what you're supposed to, or that you haven't worked hard enough to come up with a solution that no one else in the country, no other school district comparable to us in size has been able to come up with. So I want you to know you are deeply appreciated, and I wouldn't have any other team in the world. Thank you so much to the community. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
All right, all those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Have a good evening.
Ayes have it.
And so ordered.
you.